It's hard for me to see because that screen's open behind you, but that was a thumbs up, right? All right, let's get this meeting started. Ms. Maxwell, if you will, satisfy some state agency and read this disclaimer into the record.
Yes. Notice of the September 11th, 2019 meeting of the Real Estate Commission, including date, time, and location, has been noticed on the Tennessee Real Estate website since September 18th, 2018. Additionally, this month's agenda has been posted on the website since Friday, September 6th, 2019.
Thank you, and let's see who's here.
Okay. Commissioner Jeff Diaz.
Present.
Commissioner Rick Douglas. Vice Chairwoman Marcia Franks.
Here.
Commissioner Diane Hills.
Here.
Commissioner John Moffitt.
Here.
Commissioner Fontaine Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Bobby Wood.
Here.
Chairman John Grease.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. At this point, if everyone will stand. Well, let's not do that. If Mr. Wood's going to lead us in the invocation, and following that, if you'll stand, we'll recite the pledge. Mr. Wood.
Pray with me. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we just thank you so much for this day, and we just thank you for the opportunity to be here and represent our state. And we're just especially thankful for our country and a country that we're able to have meetings like this in an open situation, and just ask you to watch over everything that we're doing today and just help it to be to the blessings of your kingdom. Things we ask in your name. Amen.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, next up is to approve today's agenda. Any additions that any commissioner would like to make?
I'd like to make an addition. I'd like for us to talk about firm audits, please.
All right. You want to do that under commission discussion?
That's fine.
Okay.
And I was wondering, we don't have to put this on the agenda, but the Bill Toon Award for Commissioner McMullen, I was wondering when and how we're going to do that.
So here's a suggestion. At the spring meeting, the Tennessee Realtors has moved to February, early February. And even though he's not a realtor, he's been a presenter in front of many realtors, and I think that might be the appropriate time,
That'd be
unless
great.
you can come up with a better one. I'm not trying to.
That sounds like a great idea. Okay.
Any objection to that, presenting that award at that time? All right. I'd like to, not for the record, I'd like to put on the agenda. I think we were supposed to come back this month and formalize with a vote next year's calendar. And so if we can put that down under commission discussion following the discussion of firm audit. All right, anything else anyone would like to add?
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Diaz, seconded by Ms. Hills, that the agenda be adopted as amended. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Next up then is to approve last month's minutes. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve them with one exception.
Okay.
It says in there that I was nominated for Arello president, and actually I'm nominated for Arello president-elect.
We know what that means. You're going to be president.
I just didn't want it to be wrong.
Yeah, we'll amend the minutes to show she was nominated for president-elect with the understanding that the following year she'd be president.
Okay.
How's that?
Yeah. Second.
Okay. Any other discussion on the minutes? If not, let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously. Next up is an informal appearance by Ronnie Phillips. Is Mr. Phillips here? We had a 1 in 1 chance of you being Mr. Phillips. If you'll come up, Ms. Matlock, our lawyer, will swear you in.
So this is an informal appearance for a criminal conviction.
What is it?
It is an educational matter, a qualifying education matter that Mr. Phillips would like to discuss.
So can we have some background? Is it?
Sure. Mr. Phillips is a principal real estate broker and Trek-approved course instructor, and he submitted a letter to Executive Director Maxwell in June of 2019. And I'll just read the letter because it'll give you.
We've got a copy, I think.
You've got a copy of the.
No.
No, this is different.
No, I don't believe you have a copy. It's a shorter letter, and I'll just let you know. It'll give you some background, and then Mr. Phillips can discuss, present to you what he would like to. So,
Anna, before you start, I'm trying to figure out, is this out of our normal protocol? I mean,
So we were unsure of what to do with this matter. Mr. Phillips requested to appear before the commission to be heard on this continuing education matter, so we placed him on the agenda for today.
I'm going to get to you, Mr. Phillips. I'm trying to figure out, normally when people like to address the commission, we generally tell them no.
Right. Well, there's always the opportunity for people to address the commission. It is up to you whether you would like to be heard or not. I just think that it would be prudent if someone would like to address the commission on a specific matter, like a licensee matter, that you may want to hear that before you.
I'm okay with it. We've approved the agenda, which included Mr. Phillips being on it, but maybe in the future, if something like this is unusual like this, we would get a little background before we approve the agenda, just so we know what we're talking about. Ms. Taylor.
I just don't want to get in a position like we've been put in before. Is this?
No, and I think there has been. I had planned to speak on the sunset hearing whenever my report comes up, but there has been more of a pressure put on us to allow members of the public to speak at our commission meetings and for them to have the opportunity to speak. That's something that Chairman Daniels specifically has sent. I know he sent it to each director, but then as well to some of the commission members. This was
Who is Chairman Daniels?
he's one of
He's the chairman of the Joint Operations Committee.
Oh, that Daniels, okay.
yes. So with that being said, this is also a unique situation that was presented to us. So it was something that I know we haven't dealt with since I've been the director. And I don't know if Anna had stated this, but I believe the question is whether the courses that he has taught would be able to count towards his own education.
So, like I said, we'll get to Mr. Phillips in a minute, but that email from Mr. Daniels, Representative Daniels,
Yes.
could you distribute that to us as well?
Yes. I had thought that they were going to send it to each chairman. Okay. Yep. I'll make sure that the commission gets a copy of that. But specifically, he wants to make sure that members of the public and others have the opportunity to comment or speak to the commission. Yeah. Each commission, not just ours.
I'm not opposed to it, but we don't have any standard procedure in place to do
Yes.
that at this point. So that's why this was kind
Unique,
of
yes.
unusual. All right. Any other questions?
Where's the email that Mr. Phillips sent to us or sent to you or something?
It's
It's in the package.
It's in the
packet.
package?
Oh,
In his
It's in
packet.
his the packet that I guess
Oh, okay,
he
yes.
provided you.
Yeah.
Is it dated June 17th, 2019?
Yes.
Yes, that's
It's
the
in our
email.
Okay,
package.
Says
so it's
dear
in this
Ms.
thing that was
Maxwell.
just handed to us?
Yes.
No, it's this. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, it's
uh-huh.
inside that.
see it.
All right, Ms. Matlock, I'm sorry for the interruption. If you'd go back to what you were trying to say before I interrupted.
I'm going to turn it over to Director Ross White at this point,
All right,
since it's
Mr.
an
White.
education matter.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. I apologize for running a little late this morning. I've got a pinched nerve. After the meeting, I will be leaving, if you don't mind. But this morning, in front of you, you've got Mr. Ronnie Lee Phillips, and he's requesting to use his instructor time as his CE hours. He's an instructor of many years with us. I've had a good rapport with Mr. Phillips as well on other issues as he's presented courses to us through the years, and he's been an instructor with us. I believe also that he is a broker. But he's had his school for many years now, and he has in the past he pointed out that he's been allowed to do this. But when it came up, I believe it came up last year, the first time we discussed it, or late last year, and I believe it was denied. Then we began a series of requests, which I brought up to legal, and legal found that there was no real remedy here. There wasn't a law that would allow this. Now, Mr. Phillips says that he has been allowed to do this in the past. It evidently was acquiesced in. But at this point, we don't have a statute or a rule which would allow this to happen. So that's where he is with it. And I communicated back with Mr. Phillips as Director Maxwell was out, explained to him that our legal had reviewed this and had found that we just didn't have a statute or a rule which would allow it. So he comes to us today with that in mind, and I think he just wanted to be heard on it. I believe one caveat, he thinks that Commissioner Maxwell and me, as Director of Education, turned him down. We didn't really turn him down. We were just basically adhering to our legal policy.
So have you got proof that he has been allowed to do this in the past?
I do not. I understand that he mentions former Director Steve McDonald and others. I guess being
Wouldn't
if
we
that's
have
in the past.
we wouldn't have that record that he had taken a class?
I certainly.
So he would be sending in himself that he had completed a class?
But what
If he
he's
was an
saying is that
instructor?
as an instructor, he's presenting the fact that he's had several hours of instructing certain courses. Therefore, that would stand for his 16-hour CE. However, I don't believe it would stand for the 6-hour core. I'm not quite sure how that would work, but he's if he teaches the core, then he would be saying that he could take that as
So
well.
has that privilege been given to others?
Not in my tenure. I've been here 5 years, but now perhaps before. And this is interesting in that this is the first time I had heard of it or a question presented to me, and that's we went through the process with legal.
And so his job as an instructor is totally and separate from his position as a principal broker, right?
Absolutely, there's
And is he a
yes.
principal broker now?
I believe he is.
Okay. And he's not grandfathered?
Do not think that he is.
Ms. Taylor.
Well, that's two interesting questions, but the other question is, it seems to me that we made a specific ruling, and I don't remember who it was, last year about someone wanting to teach and take credit for the classes they taught as an educator. We turned them down, and if legal says we can't do it, then I don't know why we're here.
Got it. But Mr. Phillips, I think I've got this topic focused to one issue. You want credit for courses you teach. Is that succinct enough?
Could I speak? please.
Well, I just want to make sure I'm going to keep us on topic.
Yes, I want to address everything that's been issued.
I'm going to let you do that, but is that the topic we're here about today?
It is. My license, my principal broker's license is expired, and plus my firm license is expired.
Right. Notice that. So, okay, if you can keep to the topic, you've got.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman Grease, Vice Chair Franks, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to approach the Commission. I appreciate your service, and thank you. The issue is, if you'll look at my 2018 instruction, it's the first page there. I presented 91 hours of continuing education to my fellow licensees throughout the state of Tennessee in 2018. Contacts for all those education directors are there. You can verify that those classes were presented at that time. Now, if you look at my license and verification, you'll see that it is expired. Please turn to page 2, and you'll see the 2017, the second course, 2017-2018 Commercial Core. I taught that class and was given credit for it. If you will turn to page 3, you'll see Introduction to Investment Properties, Ronnie Lee Phillips Real Estate. I was given credit for that class. Once again, both of these are my proprietary courses. Tenant representation and commercial lease representation. I was given 8 hours for those classes.
Did you put your name on the roster of attendees?
I'm not sure. And
Well, that's the only way you could have gotten
I
credit.
think that's the issue. Vice Chair Franks was asking if there's a record. Absolutely, here is the record that I was given credit for teaching the classes.
But you gave yourself credit. Because you had to have turned in to TREC the list of people who passed your class, and you added your name to that.
Yes,
Without taking
yes.
the class, you were presenting at the class.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
correct. Yes. So what had happened in the past with the former education director just basically told me, Ronnie, if you create a course, you teach the course, you're able to get credit for it. And this is the record that had happened. So when
You have a copy of a letter from Steve McDonald?
No, ma'am, I do not.
So Ms.
The-
Franks, myself, Ms. Hills, maybe another member or two, have been on this commission for a long period of time. And Steve McDonald was the education director. Were you here when he was
Yes.
in? And that topic has never come up, ever. Well, we wouldn't be having this discussion today.
Okay,
And why didn't you have all of your classes on there? You taught all these classes. Why didn't you get credit for all of them?
I don't know.
You didn't put your name on the list.
That is my mistake, looking at in retrospect. But, ma'am, the issue is that my understanding going forward that my license would be renewed because I had taught enough CE to renew my license.
And who gave you that information?
Mr. McDonald.
In 2016?
For that, I would say, because I've been teaching for TREC since maybe 20.
He never mentioned anything like this. This is the first ever to come before us in my 6 years.
Let me go to Bobby Wood for a second. Bob, you got any thoughts on this?
Yeah, and I've tried to stay out of it, but I'll tell you what.
You're a teacher, too.
I mean, I look at it like this. Because most time when I'm instructing a class, I'm getting compensated for that, and so financially. So I didn't think it was right that I should get money and CE credit at the same time. It was one or the other, and so that's why I feel really actually strong about. As I know, I mean, as an instructor, I learn a lot by teaching. Because you don't just show up in a class, you got to prepare. So I learn a whole lot, but I got compensated for that. So my feeling is I don't think we should be able to double dip and get paid and get CE at the same time. So.
Ms. Hills.
If someone, a licensee attends this TREC meeting each month, they have an opportunity to get 8 hours of education. So 8 hours for each commissioner for a 5-year appointment would be 480 hours. I'm not aware that we get any hours every month either.
And are you a practicing realtor?
Yes, I am, ma'am.
And so your license expired in April? Have you been practicing real estate since that time?
No, ma'am, I have done no transactions that would allow or cause me to use my broker's license.
And so are you still advertising
And-
your company?
No, ma'am.
What's the name of your company, your real estate company?
It's Ronnie Lee Phillips Real Estate. I conduct real estate transactions under my legal name. Also a principal broker in the state of California. My point is, the way it appears here is that I'm derelict in keeping up with my education. If you look at my resume, you'll certainly see that I've spent my real estate career educating myself. Look at page
Are there any other people
9
at
and
your
10.
company beside you?
Pardon me, ma'am.
Are there any other people that work at your company beside you?
It's me, myself, and I, pretty much, ma'am.
Pretty much, so you have no other agents?
That is correct, ma'am. So as an instructor, I'd never looked at compensation as being in the issue for what I do. I do it to give back to the community, the real estate brokerage community. I have a master's degree in land economics and real estate from Texas A&M University. That's one of the top real estate programs in the United States. I've taught at the college level. Things like compensation, all that, that's not the issue. If we look back at the license verification on page 2, you'll see that in 2018 I took the appraisal fall symposium, so I got 7 hours. And then I taught the commercial core and got 6 hours. So I'm just short of the class. I was hoping that these classes that I taught would allow me to get the 16 hours. Yesterday, I taught 7 hours in Great Smoky Mountain Association of Realtors. So does that need to go forward to allow me to have my license back on active status? That's what I'm here about.
Ms. Matlock, legal's position is there's no mechanism to allow an instructor to get credit for his own class.
No.
That's legal's.
Yes.
And
No.
that's kind of the end of the discussion, Mr. Phillips. From our perspective, we can't change what our attorneys tell us.
So there's no need for a motion of any
Well,
sort?
there can be if you'd like a motion.
I'd like to make a motion then that we deny this request and that going further forward, that no instructors receive credit for any real estate classes that they teach.
Maybe slightly redundant if legal says we couldn't do it if we wanted to.
I would just like to have
I got
it
it.
on the record.
I got it.
But please excuse me.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, second by Ms. Hills. Mr. Phillips, one more word.
That's perfectly fine. That's your judgment. That's your ruling. My question is, how may I get my license back on active status?
Think you're 3 hours away? Is that what you said?
I've taught enough courses.
You can't count what you taught.
And if you're an instructor, you should know what it takes to get a license current. So whatever the law is, that's what you need to do. So if you're lacking classes, then you need to get the classes.
Then I'll certainly do that.
And one, maybe a core class, I'm not sure, but you got to get 16 hours every 2 years. And there's a financial penalty that'll have to be made current as well.
Call the question.
Okay, we've got a motion on the floor, and that's to deny the request from Mr. Phillips and you've heard the motion. No need to discuss it further. If you're in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
If you're opposed, vote no. That motion passes unanimously. Thanks for coming down, Mr.
Thank
Phillips.
you. I think I've helped the commission clarify a few things. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is a
Waiver.
medical waiver for, is it Bailey Hodges? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Before you, you have a medical waiver request from Bailey Hodges. This is one that came in while I've been out. She is requesting that she have the retest and reapply waived. She is technically outside of the 1 year mark. So her license expired 7/5/2018. It's my understanding that the staff that spoke with her explained, but she still requested that this be presented before the commission. So attached, you have a letter from her as well as a letter from a medical note.
So Ms. Hodges, who writes a compelling letter and documents it well,
Is she here?
She is not here. We have not historically had the
Okay.
medical waiver.
No.
Yeah.
To be sure.
it's consistent with previous decisions of this commission. We don't have much latitude in a case like this.
We do not have much latitude
Do we
when
have
we are
any
outside
latitude?
of the 1 year expiration.
Would it be better to say we don't have any latitude?
No,
No latitude? Or no, that wouldn't be the right thing to
the
say?
year is hard and fast.
Right.
I'd like to make a motion that we not approve the medical waiver for Ms. Moreno.
Second.
All right, a motion by Ms. Frank, second by Ms. Hills, that the request by Ms. Hodges Marino be denied. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye. Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. All right, next up, let's get Ross reported and out of here. Get that
Chairman.
nerve worked on.
Members of the commission, I'll call your attention to the education agenda, September 11th, 2019. I'll have to preface it by saying this is the largest agenda I believe I've ever prepared monthly. It may have attributed to my pinched nerve, I don't know. But at any rate, I want to present to you this morning all of these courses, S1 through S69, and we'll also present to you the new providers and the new instructors. I present them for your approval.
So I would like to make a suggestion. Since I have a problem with us approving classes and then approving the instructor, I wish that we could improve the instructor before, because one of these has got 30 courses that they're asking to be approved.
That's a very simple solution. Would you like to do the instructors first?
Yes,
Let's do
please.
the instructors first, Mr. White.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, we can certainly do that. Well, there are two forms available there to you, I believe. Let me get up. I'll present those instructors to you on those two forms. Backgrounds are there in front of you.
So I would like to discuss Patrick Carradine of the Carradine Real Estate School, who has S1 through 30.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I'm not familiar. Obviously, it's a new school that this Mr. Carradine is starting. And it goes from everything from a core class to commercial classes to property management classes. And can you just tell me, let's see, I'm wanting to know what his background is that makes him, has he been a teacher ever before? What is his real estate experience and so forth?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question. I spoke with Mr. Carradine, and I find him to be a very intelligent and determined young man with 20 years of experience as a broker. He is wanting to basically branch out with something in the way of a new school, and he has reviewed courses and looked at some of the background of other schools and determined that he would like to do a sort of a complete new real estate school for Memphis. He's going to have pre-license courses, a core course, and then the elective courses as well. So he presented the largest single submittal I've had to go through, and there was a lot of material there. Everything was in order. He's going to be using the Dearborn, basically those materials, as far as they are all internet courses. He has a strong internet background, both in training and in knowledge, as he, essentially had worked for Verizon as a business manager and tech data consultant for 17 years. And pending that, during the same time, he also had his real estate license, and then became a broker. I believe in 2000, and I don't have that in front of me here, but he is a broker.
When did
as
he
well.
become a broker?
I believe that was in '98. I don't believe I have it on the bio here, but I determined that he was a broker. He was an affiliate prior to that, and I believe it's '98 that he actually became a broker. But after discussing with him these things, I had a good chat and a good understanding with him about what he's going to do, and I feel very comfortable with him as far as wanting to branch out and start a new real estate school in Memphis. I think that's a good thing. I think he has the background suitable for this job.
So that background is he worked for Verizon Wireless full-time, and he worked part-time as a real estate agent, right?
He described it to me as market-driven. When the market was up, then he was able to participate in the real estate business, but that, I guess, is I don't know that he determined that to be a second job, but he did have both careers going at the same time.
So he had two full-time jobs, is what you're telling me then?
Essentially, yes, but he described to me the real estate business as being market-driven, and that sometimes it was up, sometimes it was down, but he basically kept his license and tried to do what he could with that as well.
And so at his company, how many agents does he oversee?
He's his own, as far as I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I found when I looked him up also, that he's the only one and they have one listing. So I guess I'm worried about what is, anybody can have a real estate license for a long time, but when you want to teach and be an authority on commercial and residential and property management and all of these things at the same time, I just know from my 33 years of experience that I'm not fluent in all of those things for sure. So I'm just worried about his credentials. Do the credentials meet the standard to start a school and have 30 classes approved by TREC? But I don't know. You all may know him and can vouch for him, or I'm just concerned about that.
I too am concerned, and I almost think we all, you said that you had talked to him. Now, we're going to take the courses. I'd like to ask some questions about the courses. Have you looked at the courses he's written?
Yes.
And how do they appear to be for you?
They're all in order, and they're all internet courses. So
And they're all from Dearborn.
They're all from Dearborn. He's using, as we have a multitude of others that use those manuals and that background. So he has bought into that. He has his certificate of distance education instructor license through Arello. And he's very erudite, smart, intelligent young man. He's got, as far as I could, we had a nice chat, and I told him that it'd be up to the commission whether or not he got approved here, but that everything is in order this morning.
So he's going to be an online, actually he won't be instructing if he's using a Dearborn course and putting it on the interstate. It's just he's, what did I say?
Interstate.
Bill
Had the interstate on my mind coming in from Franklin.
Mostly billboards.
So I mean, that is a different case then, if he's not actually teaching the classes himself.
All right, so we have a second instructor. Do you have any questions about the second instructor?
The other one I wanted to ask about is S44 through 47, Lindsay Communications. Mr. Adonis Lindsay, whom I also don't know, and so I Googled him, and it appears that he's a life coach. Does he have any type of real estate experience that you know of?
In reviewing everything, he's branching out and wanting to provide this course to improve, I think, the careers of real estate agents through his skills as a life coach. No, I could not find any background other than the fact that he does have a great background as a life coach, but he doesn't have a background as a real estate instructor. But the type of course he's teaching lends itself to life skills and emphasis on becoming a better agent. Well, those things don't necessarily, they do go together, but I'm just not sure. It'd be up to the commission to decide whether or not this is something that you want to approve. We have approved in the past, though, to point out others that had this sort of background, but I'm not sure that we have approved somebody that didn't have any real estate background in that way.
And I think he's not starting is he starting his own school too then?
Yes.
So Lindsay Communications is the name of his company?
Yes, and then he has this course. I believe there are two courses.
S44 through 47.
Well, Commissioners, it seems to me that, and I'm just going to theorize here, but it seems to me that he's presenting these courses to us so that potential attendees can get CE credit so he can make money. But he's not teaching anything other than what he's already taught to other audiences. Is that a fair observation? Okay.
Which is a little different than the first instructor.
What I find hard is, to become a real estate agent, you really don't need that much education. So therefore, I think we need the best teachers of courses that we find. Well, I'm saying that, no, I'm saying we don't need as much as other people in industries to get a real estate license. That's what I'm saying. And I think that that we need the best teachers of the best courses out there to teach us these things. And it's hard for me to believe that somebody that's not in the real estate business can really understand real estate and teach a course. And I see that he's bought it online and done that sort of thing, but it's hard for me to believe he can be an effective teacher, even if he's sending it out and you check the box.
One of the things I want us to discuss under the executive director's report is the pass-fail rates for schools. We're not getting that information. We're just basically getting if it's an affiliate or if it's a broker kind of test. I think that would help me in my decision to let these two instructors go forward if I knew that there was some sort of mechanism where we could be sure that what they're doing is successful and is because we're protecting the public. We need our realtors to be more educated.
Mr. White,
Yes.
White, the approval of these courses today would be valid for how long?
Through 12/31/2020. Be into this
September.
over here. It would be in this education cycle.
And for the instructors, when do the instructors get reapproved? Same
That would
time?
be the same, 12/31/2020.
And so do you just present those instructors, a big list of those instructors to us prior to the December meeting for us to okay?
No, the renewal comes about in
It's automatic?
September of next year, and then we send out, the office sends out notice. And last year, we actually were able to do the instructors online. That was the first.
and hopefully we'll be able to do the courses next time as well. But anyway, that's how that works.
I just think it's such an important thing. Education for realtors is such an important thing that we need to be on top of who we're approving and what the classes are. And the only way to do that is their pass-fail record.
There's only pass-fail for pre-licensing. But anything over 8 hours, you have to have a test. So if you look at most of these classes that we're doing are 8 hours and less. So there is no test. There's no
Pass-fail.
Yeah. Well, it's not even pass-fail.
Yeah.
There's no test.
Yeah. Everybody passes.
Yeah.
You get in chair time.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
the, oh,
Well, in a few years ago, when we put in where we started watching the scores for each individual schools, I think that was a first step to kind of see. And truthfully, I think, and I'm jumping around, when we had the instructors in here for that meeting earlier this year, they're looking at that number, and I think it's working.
Right.
I mean, it's not. It hadn't changed the numbers.
So where would
But,
you get that information if I wanted to pick a school to have a class? Where would I get that information? Pass-fail.
It's on the Real Estate Commission website.
It is.
Oh yeah,
And it's current.
Yeah, we
yeah.
provide
Okay.
that through PSI, and
Okay.
we do a cumulative. I believe Commissioner Wood started that policy, but we go
Okay.
from January through September now.
And it's not only this. Like each school may have a classroom and an internet and a pen and paper class.
That's correct.
So it breaks it down to each one.
That's correct.
And so, I mean, because like when I have somebody new looking to get in, they go, "What's a good school?" And I'll say, "Let me print this out for you." And then I'll highlight, "Are you want a classroom or internet class?" And they'll tell me, and then I'll mark out that these people are having the best scores. So, look there.
We've been adding it cumulatively rather than right now, we get it month to month. But so like on the website now, there's all of 2018, those scores.
Good. That's good.
Ms. Hills.
And I was going to ask this later. I'll have something else for later. But so, is there a place on our website that we can view what classes are approved and what instructors are approved?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you.
Ms. Taylor.
I would like to ask, when the instructors need to be pre-approved, what do you look at? Do they just send their money in and they're pre-approved for next year to re-up?
Renewal.
Uh-huh.
It's an automatic. It's just like the courses. Essentially, they have an opportunity to renew, and next September that would begin, and they have that window of time there, September through December, to renew for the next 2 years.
There's no criteria other than just sending that in.
Pay their money.
Once they're approved.
Yes,
They're
that
approved.
seems like there needs to
So
be
is there a mechanism
something-
where they could be brought back before they just are approved for us to see a pass-fail on their classes? And I'm talking about ones that are over the 8 hours at this point, since that's kind of a moot point.
Well, that's a good question, and also the way the thing is set up now, the instructors are actually autonomous from the providers and the courses. So you have the providers and courses on one hand, and then you got the instructors on the other. So it's two separate licenses. So to be able to view the two together would be something, I think, maybe not the subject of this discussion, but something going forward to improve, what's actually taking place in the marketplace.
I think something that we had previously spoken about, but we really haven't gotten off the ground, is doing a follow-up review of the courses via a random audit. From our perspective, I think that's a lot more manageable than reviewing each course, each renewal. We only have that 3-month period, and as far as bandwidth goes, it would be a lot easier for us to do a random audit throughout the year rather than in that time frame. And that's something that we have spoken about as far as that follow-up to courses, other than people letting us know what's happening with courses.
So I was going to ask this at the end of the report, but now it's just a better time. So, for example, Mr. Phillips, who chose to come forward and said that he taught a class yesterday. He's not licensed.
which is
His
required.
Have to be
Instructor
licensed.
license. He has an instructor license.
So, but when he was approved, it says in 1260-05-05 D, if such courses earns principles of real estate, they talk about real estate, math, sales techniques. And that sort of goes back to the sales techniques of the coach. It's to be a licensed broker or approved with approval of the commission with an affiliate broker with 5 years experience. So you're saying because he is approved, and he was approved in this window of 2 years, the fact that he now does not have a license, he still stays approved for the
He has an
remainder.
instructor license, but he does not have his broker license expired.
So having a
but-
broker's license is not a prerequisite for an instructor's license?
Or an affiliate broker.
Because it could be a mortgage broker.
Unless
it
they're
could be,
teaching, there's
all
a couple
kinds of
courses.
things.
If they're teaching the pre-licensing courses, I think there's a requirement. And then,
That's correct.
Yeah.
If it's a pre-licensed course, it would.
Dane?
I still have, I think keeping the classes approved is one thing, and that's important. But I think keeping the instructors improved is more important than keeping the classes improved. If you don't have the right instructor, you can't teach the class correctly. And I think we need to have something in place to, instead of the instructors just being able to send in their money and fill out a form, that they need to go through some other process to keep being approved.
I think the
Whatever that
gentleman
might
we
be.
had before us this morning was a perfect example of he was not aware of what it takes to even maintain a license. So that, to me, shed light on his abilities.
so
Bobby?
How about this? I mean, because I think we all agree. Since I've been on this commissions has wanted to upgrade our education to some extent. I mean, in one way, you could do a complete overhaul and start, and it's going to take a lot of manpower. One thing that I think was North Carolina did is they started sending out emails to students, because once the student roster comes in, they know who just took a class, and they would send an email out to that student and saying, hey, we saw that you just took the core class. If you will please answer these series of questions, we'll give you 1 hour of free CE. And then they asked the questions. Was the information helpful? Was the instructor knowledgeable? Just the basic questions that every one of us are asking.
5 or 10 questions?
And then, if you're going to give them an hour, give them some questions.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to do it. But give them, and then they look for a pattern. If one person, you just randomly pick the wrong person, and they hate the instructor, that's not the reason to get rid of them. But if you start seeing a pattern, what they had in North Carolina was they started getting a pattern. They'd say, hey, the instructor was really nice, but you might want to know that it was a 6-hour class, but only kept us here 45 minutes. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden they got rid of some instructors and cleaned up their act. So that might be a thing rather than, we could go out and send Ross and personnel out to classes, but if you do that, we only have so many Rosses, and
But there used to be
There's only
people
one
that
Ross.
audited
Only
those
one
classes.
Ross.
I know
Ross.
I've been asked to audit some in the past, which was very helpful. You'd have somebody somewhere. I mean, there are a lot of realtors in the world who can go sit in a class for some length of time and say, okay, that works, or that didn't work for some reason.
And the
And I
majority
think our
of the
Association of
instructors are
Realtors
good.
monitor this a little bit too, because if they have an instructor and the students come back and say, I didn't learn anything or that wasn't helpful, they just quit bringing that instructor back in or bringing that class in. So they kind of monitor some of that too. It goes on.
Okay, Diane?
Please help me one more time to be sure I have this right in my head. So, with Mr. Phillips, we approved him originally because he fell under the statute that he was a licensee. And you're saying now, when he applies to renew, he doesn't have to be a licensee. He doesn't have to be in the same standard as we approved him for.
Certain courses might require him to have a real estate license to
Like
be able
what?
to teach.
Name one.
The principles
pre-licensing.
of real estate is one. That's 60
That requires,
If the
and
course
the
is,
math.
it does not say anything about an active license. I believe what it says, and we can confirm, is that you have to have 5 years of experience, which he would have met when he.
That's correct. And to go along with
That's
that,
with an affiliate. It says
initially
with
when-
affiliate broker.
Um,
It says,
that's-
or with the approval of commission,
That's-
affiliate broker with
Right.
at least 5 years' experience in the subject course.
That's where I'd have to come forward and say this person wants to teach a 6-hour course. He does not have, he's not a broker, but with your permission, he can teach this course. He's got 5 years' experience as an affiliate. That's where I would come in.
But not active. So say he does not renew his license, he can still be teaching because you said he
I don't
was
think the
once approved.
education requirements specify that the license has to be active. It goes off of experience, which the thing with the renewal is that what we bring to you wouldn't have changed. I mean, the credentials that somebody applies with are going to be the same.
Now, he will have, when he applied, he had a license. Let's just pretend he does not renew. I mean, he doesn't extend his license, bring his license current. So if he renews it in 2020, he then, say he doesn't have a license, he can still renew. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, but also we wouldn't have been able to approve him for that course unless he already had 5 years of experience in that subject. So
So
I know
could-
we had somebody come probably almost a year ago that she was denied because she did not have 5 years of experience
Yes.
to
and so
teach.
could he teach the core class tomorrow when he's not licensed?
Licensed as an instructor. That license is
yesterday.
still.
But I asked a while ago, some of the courses, what are the courses that require you to have a license?
They require you to have 5 years of experience
Not
in
an
real
active
estate.
Only-
Not a license,
But we're
okay.
talking about pre-license courses mainly with that particular statute.
I mean, I
So-
think,
So we could, if we're worried about somebody, maybe we could approve classes that were 8 hours or less, just to try them out and see how they do, versus letting them go forward with core classes and the very critical affiliate pre-licensing.
Well, you approve the instructor.
Right.
You don't marry him to a course. So once an instructor is approved,
Yeah, but you have to approve, his name is by these courses that they're wanting these 30 classes to be approved.
I got that in this particular case.
Yeah.
But they're a little different. They're internet classes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
And they're
not-
Dearborn classes.
Yeah.
So anybody could go out and hook up with Dearborn and do this, is what we're saying.
I mean,
As long as they meet the qualifications for instructors that are provided on page 105 in your red books.
and I'm hung up on the words, is a licensed broker. It doesn't say whether it's active or not. It says, is a licensed broker. So if your
Or.
license is expired, that you're not a licensed broker at that point. Is that correct?
Well, if we're technically, I would interpret this as probably as active. But in the case of Mr. Phillips, he did state that he's also licensed in California. It does not say licensed where.
I wonder if that's current, too.
We don't know that. We have to look at
There's
it.
no
It
way
just,
to
but
check that.
I would like to clarify that for this particular point, that you're licensed at the time of your application with 5 years of experience. So,
And if we turn in all of this stuff to Arello, and Arello has a database that you can look at to see about people being expired or not.
And their license and being expired too.
Oh, well, we'll talk about their license.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
I want to ask one more question. Mr. Wyatt, what happens to the students who take a course and it's later found out that the instructor was not licensed or their license was expired or something like that? Do they still get their credit hours?
They'll get their credit. That's a great question. It's never been brought to, that hadn't come up in my tenure. But
The course is what they submit. They do not submit anything. Like when you take a course, we do not get anything about who taught that course. What we get is that you took the core course from this school and that course code. Now, if you took a course that was expired, it would not be added to your license because that course is not active in our system.
In the case of a classroom taught course, if you sat in the course, it was an active course, the instructor status does not matter. As a student, you still get the credit.
If the course is active. Yes.
We've
When
had-
we get a roster on a school, it doesn't tell us who taught that course. We have gotten a couple because the courses are independent from the
So
instructor.
that's how someone could slide their name in on that list then, if you don't even know who taught the class.
Yes.
There's a problem with that then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let's handle these two instructors and let's talk about that problem because I'm still staying.
Have we got a
about
motion
that.
somewhere?
Not yet.
No.
Not yet.
You ready for
I'm
it?
ready.
Okay, I want to make the motion that we approve these two lists of instructors, these 8 instructors. Now,
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, the motion's by Mr. Wood, seconded by Mr. Diaz, that the two instructors be approved as recommended by.
2 pages of instructors.
Well, there are only two instructors.
Wasn't there 2 pages of them?
Pages
Instructors.
worth.
But they're,
There's 2 in question that we've been talking about.
oh, okay, all instructors.
I'm good. All of them. Let's get 'em
All
on.
instructors recommended by the education director be approved. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
That motion passes on a 6-aye, 1 no vote. Ms. Franks votes no. Now, Mr. Wood. Not Mr. Wood.
E. Ross.
We eat Ross White. So I'm hung up on Mr. Phillips. I'm really irritated about what I heard this morning.
Yes.
And by his own testimony, he says he's gotten continuing education credit for courses that he taught. And this commission was fairly vociferous in saying, you can't do that. So is it possible, based on his testimony and the courses he said he got credit for, to go take that off his education record, those courses? What's legal about it? They were falsified.
Yeah, fraudulent.
Well, again, I believe that if it occurred prior to this time, perhaps 4 or 5 years ago.
These are the last year, the year before courses.
Well, if he did that, yes, okay.
Well, he said he
Then it
did.
would-
He
it would have
said he
occurred.
did.
Yes, it would have occurred during our time. But he was trying to say that, well, I've been able to do it before. However, it came to you today, so now you have all the facts. And if he presented those and just added his name in,
Which he said he
he said he
did.
did,
13
then-
hours worth.
then I would think he would not. Certainly, he would not have been allowed to do that if we had known it. And another question to me was, he came forward several months ago with this question, and it's just taken until now to get before the commission. But he wanted approval to do that, and I said, well, I didn't. We'll have to discuss this and with the director and with legal, and then we came back with our answer to him, and he was not satisfied with that. So, but he points out that he's been allowed to do it in the past. However, now we know that maybe he just put his name down. I don't know. I can't.
Well, he said he
that's-
did.
Yeah, he did.
Here's
doubt.
Here's what I'd encourage you to do. He's presented us a list of courses he says he's taught this year. I would cross-reference those courses if you can do that and see if he got credit for any of those courses. And if he did, I don't think he should have. We don't have a policy that allows that to happen, retroactively or going forward.
And I think he doesn't even understand it because he's still looking at, he's got 13 hours. He only needs 3 more hours. He kept saying that, I only need 3 more hours.
Right.
I have 13 hours. Well, he
Might be
really
that you have
doesn't.
0. You won't have
He really
any
doesn't
hours.
have any. So I don't want him to take 3 hours and say, I'm done.
Yeah, because I get credit for continuing education by sitting in the chair, not standing in front of the room.
So, if we can.
It's not fair to any of the licensees.
Or
that he's-
instructors.
Or instructors.
It's a little bit outside my purview, but I'm thinking we'd have to get with IT, go back and look at the roster submittals to see if his name was on those.
We
Must have been.
Well, we know it was, or it wouldn't be on here.
Yeah. This is a printout.
I don't
Would you
want us
like
to wait
a
3
copy
more
of the
months.
printout?
It's taken this long to get it this far. We need to, I mean, do we need a motion that we rescind those 13 hours?
What do you think, Anna? I mean,
I
from the-
mean, I don't
never
even
been
know.
done
I'm not
before,
sure
but we
if a
never had this.
motion is
I
required
don't think
because
so.
the courses should not count as they at the present moment. So I think what needs to happen is whatever rosters have been submitted need to be double checked. And if his name is on there, which he should not have put his name on those rosters, then the credit does not need to be counted.
It needs to come off, because if we go look him up right now, those courses show his credit for him.
Correct.
And do we have those rosters? Do you maintain copies of those rosters? Or once they're input, are they gone?
You know, we work with IT with that sort of a two-step process. When we get the information in, then they are sent to IT to upload into the licensing file. I do not know whether or not those records are kept, but I assume they are in the system with IT.
Probably an electronic file in
An
the first
electronic
place.
file, right.
Well, I know you got a pinched nerve, and we need to let you go, but if maybe next month you could give us a report back on what you found out about those courses, and if legal thinks we need a motion to get those courses removed as continuing education credit, we can make that motion, but if legal senses if it was done improperly to start with, there's no need to have a motion to take them off because they shouldn't count. I'm okay with that, too.
And meanwhile, I don't want him to take a 3-hour course online today and think he's met his education requirement. I don't want him showing up, after taking 3 hours, that he's legal. So somebody has got to take ownership of that.
I think we
oversee it.
need to think. I mean, I don't mind where we're going, but I think there's more than Mr. Phillips that's doing this. Okay, I don't think he's the only one in our state. Oh yeah, I know that for a fact. Because I got calls from association education people saying, "What's your feeling on this?" And I've gave them the same opinion I gave you about an hour ago. So
I think we should have it in black and white that anybody that teaches the course does not get credit for education.
well, I think we
some
did
way.
that today. I mean, I think
we're
we've
just
been real
not
clear.
in-
Yeah, but I mean,
Not-
who's going to
yeah,
know sitting
yeah.
over here at
Yeah.
anybody can have a school?
Well,
Yeah, we,
Especially if they get to
we
work.
need.
If it doesn't list the teacher, Mr.
Right.
Ross, you said that it does not list who the instructor was when you get the.
That would be step one.
Yes, when we get the rosters in, it does not list instructor.
Well, you can add
Rather-
that to it, can't you? A requirement. Why would we not want to know who the instructor was?
I would think that we could do it, but I don't. The IT folks would have to weigh in on that with us. I don't know.
Well, it's not an IT decision to be made. We need to require it. And one
Require
of the
that the
things at the
instructor be
Sunset
there.
hearing was that I know I don't know Toby's last name, Compton, but he was talking about doing some things with our using some of our money in IT ways. And so, I mean, obviously there's a problem, and now I'm hearing this from Bobby. It's a huge concern. So we want to do something about it. We want to do it immediately. So whatever it takes, we need to know by next month that, number one, this man has not been renewed unless he has his 16 hours. And we need to start having the names of the teachers turned in so that there will be a double checking on giving them credit or not. I'd love to get it out to everybody, whether it's an email, a text, whatever, not a text, but an email would be simple. I mean, we send out things that we have a rulemaking, so we have that capability so that everyone would understand that if this is going on, it's not going to be accepted anymore.
Absolutely. All right. You got the message?
I did. I got
You
it.
want a motion
And
for the classes?
I'm just
I
going
don't
to say
think we'll need-
perhaps
we'll see next
also
month, we'll see what we
we could
get,
put that
then
on
we
the
might.
website as an important point and just put it on page 1 somewhere that, you know.
I would send it out to every instructor. I mean, you got a list of them. I mean, just a mass email and send it to every instructor because they're the ones. Because this man, honestly, he felt like this is the way we've always done it, and so this is the way we should always do it. And we didn't realize that.
The only thing
And
about
other
that
people
is,
think that too, obviously.
it just in my observation, he came forward with this question. He's the only one that I know that has come forward with this question. Now, the problem is, I think, was discussed with Commissioner Wood, it may be out there
That you can do
running
that.
rampant.
He
But-
came before us because
but
he was expired and he was wanting leniency
Right.
on his
Well,
hours.
He did, but he wanted an approval as such that he could use
Right.
his instructorship and the hours that he takes there as CE credit. So,
Sending an email is not a problem.
Okay, we just need to do that then.
All right, Ross, we can spend some time on courses. If we are, I want to take a break.
Let's take a break.
Let's take about a 10-minute break. Sorry, you have to stay 10 more minutes. Up is the recommendation by our education director regarding courses in the month of September. Mr. White, what's your recommendation?
recommendation that you would approve these courses, 1 through 69.
Motion.
Motion to approve courses S1 through S69.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's properly on the floor. Discussion.
I just want to ask, when you mentioned in this one real estate school, Caradine, and you said they used Dearborn. Does Dearborn supply everything to them and they just put their name on the front of it, or are you saying that they're getting their information out of a book and they're having to? Because with the internet, I mean, there's a lot more to an internet class, putting it together.
Right. We've got the internet titles, but we've got the internet certificate for each course that he's teaching and that he's been approved to teach. So,
But I'm saying, did the, I guess the owner of the school, did they have to write everything for the internet, or are they just buying that from Dearborn and putting their name on it?
they're essentially buying it from Dearborn.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in effect, the class that they're teaching there could be the same as another school. They just have a different
They are.
name on it. Okay.
They
Okay.
are.
But what
That makes
about,
sense.
what about the core classes? Because that's mandated, I mean, we set the agenda for the core classes, so how
They-
would Dearborn have that?
They do. They have
You
to
just write
follow
it for it?
They've got the Tennessee core, just like they got the Tennessee 60-hour and the all of that. So it's all in their system.
This provider just takes a course, marks the price up, resells it. Is that?
It's the middleman.
All right.
Was the materials that he gave you Dearborn materials?
I've seen them from other schools. This is the way I can tell, but it's the same, essentially the same materials.
At the Arello meetings, Dearborn has not ever been there, to my knowledge, since I've been there. But CE Shop and some other schools or places that you can get classes from are at those meetings because we have education people there. So,
Ms. Taylor?
That brings up a question. If he really is not a teacher at all, he's just bought the classes and then puts them online and teaching them, what are his he doesn't have to really have any qualifications in that case, right?
He meets qualifications as an instructor, number one. But number two, these are internet courses, so we require that each course have a certificate and that he's, he is the teacher or he's the instructor on that course. Plus, he has to have that certificate, that distance instructor certificate, to be able to even do that. So it's all in order.
No other discussion. If not, are you ready to vote? Motion is to approve courses S1 through S69. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
no. There's two no's.
2 noes. Mr. Moffett, I'm glad you're jumping in here. So we've got a
Stand up for
motion
what you
passes
believe.
on 5 ayes, 2 noes. Ms. Franks, Mr. Moffett vote no. Anything else, Mr. White, before you head off to your chiropractor? Injection? What's it going to be?
Medicine and a heating pad.
Oh,
All right, well, best of luck to you. Thanks for sticking with us.
Could we just, I just would like for us to, I don't know if it needs to be just a conversation or something. I just want to make sure we nail down this thing about instructors. And I guess my point is, I'd just like for us to stay from this point forward. you're not going to be, if you're teaching the class, you're not to be getting CE credit for the class while you're teaching at the same time. I mean, is there anything we have to say that? And then, but I'd also like to. We were having discussion before the break about. I mean, like the person that came before us today, and maybe anybody else that in the past has been able to get it done. I mean, I've seen over my time on the commission, there have been times when the rule was one thing, but maybe somebody interpreted it different, maybe within the commission or something, or former employees determined it different, and we let things go. And so I guess my feeling is, I mean, now that we know, and let's put a stake in the ground and say, from here on, no more, and from here on, if you try it again, not only we're going to pull your CE back, but we may very well pull your ability to teach classes.
Well, I'd be interested in that. If the provider is the person who's adding the instructor's name to the list, I'd just as soon take the ability for a provider to provide classes away. But because I don't think there's any authority, I don't think there's ever been any authority that allowed an instructor to give him or herself credit. I don't want to put a stake in the ground today because I don't think it's ever been there. I don't want people to go, well, that's close. They put a stake in the ground today. I mean, if I found you guys brought to me an instructor who gave himself credit from Memphis, Jackson, Clarksville, I don't care. I'm going to suggest we go back and take that credit away. I don't want them.
All of them. I mean, we're only aware
I'm fine
of
with
this
that.
one today because this
Just
man
whatever it
came
is,
forward.
let's make it clear today what we're going to do, and and let's make it clear from now on. Whatever it is, I don't care. Just make it clear.
And we'll be
I
checking
say
next
there was
month
a-
about your progress on that, right?
Anna, didn't you say there was a rule already for that?
Or
Not being able to,
there is no rule that says it counts.
No authority to allow the instructor to do this, or
So-
a provider to add the instructor's name as an attendee.
So if somebody contacts Ross and says, hey, I think the instructor taught me 6 months ago and I think they got credit for it, then we're giving Ross the ability to pull that CE.
And whoever's
Okay.
sending in those rosters need to be held responsible too as
Okay.
to,
That's what-
I mean, that's
Okay.
the stopgap right there. If they can just, you say, oh, no, you don't get,
And
you
and can we take this, what we've discussed, and send it back out to the people that were on that real estate educators or schools that we sent out? Because providers, we still got that
Send it to all
email.
instructors.
Okay.
all of them, yes.
Okay.
well, and how about the associations too? Because they would know who took the class and,
They submit it
Yeah,
sometimes.
And we also need to send it to TR. I don't know that Steve McDonald approved that or not, but this man publicly said that he did. So
He didn't have the authority to prove it if he did.
I just don't believe he
I think
did.
a letter generated to all providers and instructors, I think that would.
All
certainly
providers.
would do it. And just as a point, if Mr. Phillips had brought this up,
He wouldn't have known.
It wouldn't have known, so it did come up because of his question. So I'm glad it did, so we can go
That's how we
forward.
learn a lot of things, is when people come in and testify, we find out things they didn't mean to let us know.
All right. Thank you, Mr. White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission.
All right, Ms. Maxwell.
Okay. So I wanted to update the commission on one question that had come up last month as it relates to PSI. We are able to add the actual score for pass rate. So I have not had her proceed with that just because I wanted to come back to you to let everyone know that it could be done. It's not something that I think it's just previously something either the commission didn't want or so
It wasn't addressed.
wasn't
So
addressed.
do we just have to say we like that and Caitlin
Yes.
go forward?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have to make a vote on that?
Why don't you do that?
I would like to make the motion that from now on, whenever people take a PSI exam, that they're given their scores, not just pass-fail.
Second.
All right, the motion by Mr. Wood, seconded by Ms. Taylor. If it passes, we'll give a little bit more detail to to people taking the PSI course. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Caitlin.
Secondly, you have the 2020 Trek meeting dates in front of you that we discussed last month. Under January and February, I've made an additional bullet. John and I had spoken about potentially the spring conference is going to be in Nashville rather than Cool Springs this year. It's going to be downtown. And so rather than have the commission come twice to Nashville, potentially looking at moving that meeting up. The conference is Sunday, February 2nd to the 5th. Historically, it appears to me, and anybody correct me if this is not the case, the conference has only been 2 days, and we have been on the second day. It seems to be longer this year.
It's because of the Hill visit.
Okay.
And it's when
Do you-
people come in on the
Do you
second.
know when the day on the Hill is?
So I've got the spring conference February 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Okay.
So Tuesday, I would think is the day we typically show up.
That is, we've typically done it on Tuesday in the past.
And it's downtown at the Hilton, not out of Cool Springs, as
Right,
you know.
correct. Hilton Nashville.
So the topic to discuss is, would commission be interested in moving the meeting up a week? Maybe I'd meet a week and a day
Week and a day.
and start on a Tuesday.
I looked into this room and the room next door, and it is both of these are available on Tuesday and on Thursday. They're not available on Wednesday. So we could move our meeting to that Tuesday prior, which would be the 4th.
If we have a hearing.
We'll figure it out. The odds are pretty good against us not having a hearing, as far as I can tell.
Well, as far as the conference go, this is how it used to be. Now,
Yes.
I have no idea how it goes
You're
now.
tight. Well, you're tight with the administration.
But
There's-
the second day, you'd get in on Sunday night, you'd have things on Monday and Tuesday. And Tuesday afternoon, you'd have the directors meeting, and Wednesday would be the Hill Day. That's the way it used to be. I don't know what goes on now.
Well, I don't think they've set a calendar yet.
So regardless, we need to look at the 12th and the 13th then?
It would be,
you're saying.
if we moved it, previously last month we had voted for the 12th and the 13th.
Yeah.
If we wanted to move it, we would be looking at technically the 4th, February 4th. That's a Tuesday.
It just means
Frankly-
we would not get to go to that one day of TR on February 4th.
That's 1 hour. That's 1 hour, isn't it? Isn't that what we were given it
I
there?
think Marcia's point is if she wanted to attend that meeting, she would be here
On
instead.
Tuesday, we would be here instead of TR.
So that's kind of the topic in front of us. And to follow up on that, if we decided February 4th was an acceptable date, that puts it awful close to the meeting in January. So we had talked last month about the 16th and 17th. Bobby, you needed
Right.
to.
Yeah.
What does the 8th, 9th, and 10th look to you like?
We had the 8th and 9th
I'm fine with 8th, 9th, and
scheduled
10th.
last month.
I believe, Marcia, is that when your Arillo executive?
That's when the leadership conference is. But I'm just one person.
Another option would be if we wanted to try not having the February meeting and do January at that later date. February is a short month.
I've confirmed, so our Hill visit is on the 5th.
Yeah, so we'd meet there.
Yeah.
So, just one person as well. But what I'd prefer not to do, if possible, is not to travel to Nashville 2 weeks in a row. One for a commission meeting, one for a
I would
1 hour
prefer that,
session. Yeah, you wouldn't too, would you?
Yeah.
So,
Do you think it would be possible for us to do away with the February meeting totally? Since it's so short between the two.
I would still like to, I think we ought to schedule
Look how many
it.
cases we had today, though. I mean,
Yeah.
there's no telling how many cases we'll
All
have.
right, well,
Have we determined January 8th and 9th? Have we settled on those dates?
If possible, just from a legal standpoint, if we did the 8th and 9th and then moved it the week up, it's just like a really fast turnaround for complaints to be presented. If it were to be that third week, then we would only have like a 2-week break before our next meeting.
Plus, you got Christmas right before that January, so people will be out.
So
But if we went to January 8th and 9th, that's,
I'm just saying, if we move to the 8th and the 9th, it's just depending on you. That would just be
Rather
the
than the 16th.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
if we
That's
moved
what-
it,
yeah.
the January meeting up a week. So if we could do the February meeting that first week, it'll give us more time.
Why don't we do that then? Do the January 8th and 9th, but then it says or 10th.
I had put the 10th because I know we had done some
That's 'cause Bobby was having-
Thursday.
No, I just had a problem on the 15th.
okay, so 8th and 9th would work for you?
Do it.
I think it works for everybody but me, but that's fine.
so we're January 8th and 9th now, is that what you're saying? Is that what we're saying?
He won't be able to be here January 8th or 9th.
Well, put it back, leave it, if you want to leave it on the 15th, do it, and I'll deal with it.
16th and 17th was a Thursday and Friday.
Well, really what I was trying to get to was that February. I don't want to have a meeting too close in February, so an option would be to cancel the February meeting or schedule it. And
Do we have a December meeting this year?
yes,
Yeah.
at the moment.
This is my 6th year, and I think the first year we didn't have one, but ever since then we have.
It's December 4th.
All right, so we're looking at then January 8th and 9th, and then February 4th. Is that correct?
One-day meeting, February 4th. And as I recall,
So don't schedule any
Our-
hearings then.
our session with the Realtors is like 1 o'clock in the afternoon or 2
Yeah.
o'clock in the afternoon.
It's right after lunch.
So we could finish our meeting, either go home or go to that meeting. Some people will go home, and that's fine. There's no mandatory requirement that anybody go to it. Is that okay?
So, let me put it in my head now. We're going to meet January 8th and 9th, that's when we're meeting. 8th and maybe the 9th, and January 4th and maybe the
February 4th.
February 4th.
February 4th and maybe the,
Just the 4th. There
Just
will
the
not be
4th.
hearings in February.
and,
The Hill visit's on the 5th.
but,
Yeah.
okay.
They won't be having
But
the commission. on the
TR
5th.
was on February, what date?
3rd, 4th, and 5th.
3rd, okay, all right, okay. Gotcha.
Okay, so that's the first 2 months in. If everybody's okay, January 8th and 9th, February 4th.
So, if they're going to do the TR thing, it needs to be on February 3rd. If we have commission
I'm-
on the 4th and
I'm
Hill visits
asking.
on the 5th.
I'm asking if we're already scheduled.
Well, I mean,
Tell them when we can
Time
be
to
there.
change it.
I'm tired of them telling us when to be there.
Oh, okay.
Tell them we'll be
Well-
available Tuesday afternoon.
Okay. She's,
That's usually, they have the
Yeah.
directors meeting.
that usually-
be the,
Something
not
4
sure
or
of the
something
time
like
just
that.
yet. So
But
she
that's-
said they have us down for the 4th.
It used
She's
to
not
be.
sure of the time.
Just tell her.
Until 2 o'clock.
All right, let's talk about the rest of any other changes anybody wants to suggest for the rest of the year.
are they all the same as from last time?
Let's talk about November and December again. They're awfully close together. They're like 20 days apart.
All right,
That's because of Thanksgiving as much as anything, I think.
What is the date? Well, Thanksgiving would be around the 28th.
be the
or
next
9th or
week
something.
after our meeting. Is there some reason we're going to Thursday and Friday versus a Wednesday and Thursday in November?
Bobby's schedule.
Okay.
What if we went a
The
week
week
early?
prior is Veterans Day, I believe. So that's part of the reason why November is a little bit later.
November 19th and 20th. I got a conflict with November 19th and 20th?
Anybody care to move up to the week before? Just put some distance between meetings.
So yeah, it would have to be the 12th and the 13th, the week before, because the 11th is a state holiday.
Whatever y'all want to do,
I can too.
12th, 13th.
if you want that, if that helps.
That just
Double
gives us
check
that helps legal out, but there were extra week. November.
November.
Hope you give us a sheet next month that doesn't have all of my scratches on it.
Also, on the July meeting, you have down the 8th and 9th, and from the meeting last month, I have down 15 through 16.
No.
Y'all have down?
I have
No,
last
okay.
month's notes too.
Okay.
Yeah, we could move November to the room is available on the 12th and 13th.
So the 12th and the 13th is on what day? It's the same Thursday and Fridays?
Is there a reason not to have it on Wednesday and Thursday?
State holiday.
Oh, yeah, Labor Day.
All right. What about any other months? Guys ready to vote on this calendar?
I move to accept the calendar
Second.
as stated.
Okay, the only changes from the previous month's discussion was that for certain, we're meeting January 8th and 9th. We're only meeting on February 4th.
Yes.
And we are meeting November 12th and 13th.
Yes.
All other dates stay the same. All right, let's vote. Those in favor of that motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you. What else, Caitlin?
Okay. As some of you may have heard, we had the sunset hearing a couple weeks ago, and I just wanted to thank Marcia. She attended as the commission member. We were extended 4 years. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is a proposed extension, and then this next session that will go into effect. So I just wanted to update everyone on that. The other thing I wanted to point out is just our licensing numbers. I had gotten that yesterday when I was here, and last year in August we were averaging 10 days, and this year it's down to 5.6, so it's almost cut in half. So anyone that tells you that it's taken a long time to get their license, it is probably because they have not met all the requirements. It's not because the turnaround isn't quick. So,
One of the commission's frequent critics is an employee at the Knoxville Area Association of Realtors. And I ran into her the other day, and she could not say enough good things about how fast those licenses
Good.
were turning around.
good.
I was going to
Yes,
say the
yeah.
thing, I'm not hearing any discussion about it at all. So that tells you it's rocking along good. So
Yeah, same amount of applications too. Last year we had 475 in the month of August, and this year 476. So, but that's all I have for my report.
I did want to, there was a couple of things that were mentioned that were out of our hands. But again, we were told that they do want us to spend that money. It's grown since the last meeting 2 years ago, and it was mentioned that maybe we could spend some of it on our IT. But I would like to say to the commissioners, it would be great for us to have this conversation again next month, for us to come up with some ideas on how we would like the money to be spent. I don't know how much say we have at all. I just know that we were told to spend the money.
I think one thing we mentioned, and next month is fine, but the Arella, being able to send more people to Arella regardless of where it is.
One thing that I want us to discuss too is about, I will be going in October to the investigator workshop. Whenever we talk about investigators at Arello, I just sit there and don't say anything because I don't know anything about our investigators, or how many investigators do we have? I notice sometimes that we have an investigator was sent out. I don't know if that's just in the legal department or what, if you have your own investigators that are assigned.
We don't have investigators specifically assigned to the Real Estate Commission, so we have an investigative department here, and so if we send something out for a request for investigation, it'll be one of the investigators that happens to be in the particular geographical area of where we request investigation.
I believe the team is, over 30 investigators. It's field enforcement and investigation. So it's a matter of typically, correct me if I'm wrong, if the attorney looks at the complaint and says, I would like for this to go out for investigation, this is something I need more information on, or I need somebody in the field, then they write up a request for investigation.
So would the auditor be the person, and we just have one auditor, right? And would that auditor ask the investigating department to go out and check things, or does the auditor do that?
It depends on the type of complaint. We have done it a couple ways. We've had complaints in the past that did require that the complaint was in regards to the firm's financials, and so an auditor was needed. And then that scenario, we had the investigator collect the documents, and then the auditor reviewed the documents. But some complaints that we have had have just been for them to gather the information. There was no need for an auditor to be involved. It wasn't related to the financials.
This brings me to another thing that I wanted us to talk about. It too is the audit process. I was a little worried that before we went to the sunset hearing, because we'd had some people who had been very high up in the legislature reporting to us how the audit process is so cumbersome. And we're also hearing that from TR, that it's so cumbersome. I know that a year ago that I was audited, and I have a very small company, and my daughter's my office administrator, and it took her about a week to get everything together. It's a lot of stuff, and then to have to send it, it's a big file. But when I know that some companies have 300 or 400 agents, and their transactions are many, 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 many more than what they're doing at my office, this process, it's so cumbersome, and we've got to do something. It's putting a real strain on people being able to carry on their business when you've got that many things that you've got to send in for your audit. I can't even imagine how some of the larger companies are even able to even handle it. In the past, we had an auditor that would go out, unexpected. They'd pick 3 files out of your cabinet and look at that and judge you by that. I don't know what the good answer is to the situation, but I know there's a lot of realtors out there screaming bloody murder over our process being so hard for them.
I know I hear, when I first started, I heard we're not auditing enough. And then, I hear mixed messaging when it comes to the audit. I've heard we're not doing it enough. People aren't getting audited. And then the opposite. We do allow for an extension. So
it's not about the number of audits that's being made. I believe in audits, and I believe companies should be audited, as I think most principal brokers would feel. It's the process that we have now. If you've got 400 agents and you're having to send in every transaction, every one of your bank statement reconciliations, I mean, it is a big deal for some of these large companies.
But you have to list the properties. So you have 400 agents. You have to list the properties.
Thousands for
Yes.
some people.
So, and I've had questions too, and I can't lay my hand on it right this moment. Didn't know we were talking about this. I mean, I did. I hadn't looked up. But it is. It's a very, and it changed. So when we had auditors before, they would come, they would get in the file cabinets, pull the files. You would learn. You would sit down with the broker, would sit down with the auditor, and you would talk about things, and you would learn things, better practices or something like that. And you know, everyone said, "Oh, they're coming over. Don't ever stop at your office." But it was. I always thought it was a good thing. I have looked at what is sent out. I did speak a month or two ago because someone had asked me, and I did speak to our auditor, and she sent me the letter that was sent out and what the requirements were. She did explain that it you can ask for an extension, but I am a small office, and I thought to myself, wow, you just have to stop working for a few days to do it. Yeah, but before I put a signature on that. So it is. And so my memory is that when we didn't have an auditor for a while, before we got, not this auditor, but the one before, that is who came up with the process of how the audit would be. There was not a process other than auditors went out. So then the auditors that went out in the field were taken away or whatever, however that worked. And then we didn't have an auditor. Auditor was hired, and that accounting auditor came up with the process. But I too feel, now that I've seen it, I've never looked at the letter and think that it is very encumbering.
I would feel like in your case, there's no reason for us to have to send files up here. That's what the auditor's job is to me, is to go down there and look in those files that are there and do it. That is too much to put on anybody.
But now, I will say this too. You know, I'm from a very large family, and we have other real estate companies in my family. And when one of us would get audited, the next Franks would get it too. So my sister-in-law would call and say, we're getting audited. And back then, all principal brokers had 3 perfect files. So you knew if the auditor was coming, pull those 3 perfect files out. And so that wasn't really even the best situation. It should be they go in and they pull files out
That's
themselves.
what they did at my office, as I recall it. They'd go in and pick, just say, here's a file,
Towards
where's
the
your
end,
file
they'd say,
box?
"Give me
And
3
they'd
files."
pick out 3 and start on them.
So I don't know what the answer to it is. I just know we're getting a lot of people
Yeah.
squealing right now about how it's just too much. So I don't know. I feel like the auditor that we have now is doing what she was handed to her from the last guy that did. I don't know if, you know, is there any way for us to find out?
I found it. What I wanted.
Is
Look
there any
at-
way for us to find out, though, this is what we need to be doing? We need all of this. You know, I feel so sorry for the auditor themselves getting files in that are this big. And I'm sure they aren't going through every single thing, that they're pulling them out. But still, it is a big job to put on each company. What'd you find?
Page 41, 6213, 312. So it says the director of Division of Regulatory Boards or the director's duly authorized representative may, at all reasonable hours, examine and copy books, accounts, documents, and records that are relevant to a determination of whether a licensee has properly maintained and dispersed funds from escrow or trust accounts required under this part. And I guess that's why they want every file to see if we have the trust accounts or not, because they're not. I don't know that they're looking for our operation accounts. Again, I've not been in it.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Okay. So in case of, you can permit the access according to this, Director. Let me keep reading.
So maybe it should just be on the trust accounts.
But
It
it
is on
says
just
make
trust
them,
accounts.
but it says makes them accessible.
I think the problem with picking a specific is the question, or is the statement that you made before that you get out those 3 perfect files and you have those ready, which I think, without talking to Ahmad, the previous auditor, I'm sure that's why he picked the period that he did, is because it doesn't allow for somebody to say, okay, these 3 look good, I'm going to send those. It requires that you send the whole year, which maybe is too long of a period. The rule on electronic records actually says that they should be available within 24 hours, which obviously would be extremely burdensome. So
I will tell you, though, that I have been told by somebody who is a lobbyist for TR that they're looking at trying to get legislation on this about what can be required in an audit. So I'm just preempting, I guess, the state and letting the state know that those kind of things are in the works. So, if there's anything that we could do to make this simpler, we could head off some legislation, or if not, we can just wait and see what happens.
Involved in it.
So, I understand the problem, but I haven't seen anything from our auditor saying that he or she is finding issues. Have you heard anything?
So if there is an issue, which there have been very little, then a complaint is opened and it would come before you in that way. And I think there have been a handful that have come before the commission over the last year, not a significant amount.
Maybe the information that the auditor asks for can be somewhat limited. Instead of taking every file from January through June, you take 2 or 3 a month. I don't know.
I'll say my experience was different than what's been discussed when we got audited, and I thought it was funny. I got audited right before they asked me to be on the commission. I don't know if that happened on purpose, but
I was on the commission.
Apparently,
when
I
got
passed.
audited.
But they asked for our bank statements for 12 months. For the trust account, and then we had to prove what the money coming in and coming out and stuff, and so they would have caught if we were doing things with the money we weren't supposed to. And then after we did that, then they went back and we had to show where each earnest money check came in and out of our account, and then they pulled a random number of transactions, and then we had to provide certain information on each transaction, and then that way they could kind of match up if the earnest money was actually going into the contract or going into the account when it was supposed to per the contract. So I mean, it took some time, but if we were doing something wrong, it would have caught it. And so just by the very nature of it being an audit, I don't think it's going to be easy. I mean, what we were doing in the past, when they'd come in and say, "Give me some of your files," that really wasn't an audit. I mean, that they weren't really checking anything. But my frustration had been early on when I was hearing what was going on with the previous auditor was they'd come in and they'd say, "Send us your trust account," and some companies apparently were saying, "We don't have a trust account," and they'd close the books and go, "Audit done."
That's right, and that was
defeats
the
the whole purpose of an audit.
And it's why so many people are going to let the title company or their lawyer.
And I asked that question. So if you were sitting there with no trust account, there's no audit, correct?
Which to me, that's a completely
disservice,
joke.
too.
Yeah, that's a joke. I mean, they need to be getting back in and looking at our files in that case. If you don't have an earnest money account to start with, then maybe they need to make on-site visits and start there.
I believe was anybody that was previously on the commission at the time, I believe it was in law that we had those field auditors, and then that was taken out. Why don't I
money
do
to
a little
do
bit
it.
of research between now and next month? I'll also talk to our auditor and see if there is a way that she sees that it could be less,
Streamlined.
but also still capture.
Right. Streamlined.
All I can tell you is about those field auditors is my office for a period of time was near an Elks Club. And the auditors apparently had been invited to lunch at the Elks Club at noon, Women's Council Realtors or somebody else, so they always showed up at my place about 11 o'clock to do an audit, just to kill some time until they could get to the Elks Club, which I had those 3 files too.
Lucky you. Yeah. You got a 1 hour audit.
Yeah.
And so we were under the heading of sunset hearing. I did want to say just 2 more things, and that are beyond our control. Is that they were looking for us to have more diversity. I was specifically asked, are there more women or more men in the real estate business? And I didn't have any records or anything, but I can just tell you, from business, I would say there's probably more women. And I think NAR would tell you that there's more women also.
So they suggesting we recruit more
well,
men?
it's not up to us. It's up to the governor. So then they asked, and this was true on other commissions. They asked if someone was there from the governor's office, and there was someone there. And she gave the names of 2 people in the governor's office who's in charge of filling vacancies. And they are way behind, way behind in all commissions. So we're not the only one that has been juggling without people. Seems like most of them are. But she said that, I think that probably would set a fire under them as to get that ball rolling. So that's all I had about sunset.
I have a question of you, Marcia, from that meeting. So they we're not supposed to let that balance for that account, education recovery account, fall below 500,000. So, but the way I've always interpreted this, 6213-209 L, is that it could be used, and they were saying use it for IT, but it could be used for other things to enhance the performance. And I've always thought Arello or any education for the commissioners and things.
Other things that some other states are doing is that they're doing some PR for consumers, and that's who we're supposed to be protecting as to what the laws are. As we can see from our legal reports today, we have a lot of short-term rentals in question now, and that is Pandora's box opening for us. And so, but I would say, and you can tell from the legal reports, most people didn't know they needed to have any kind of license whatsoever. So maybe that's a place that some money could be spent. Even if it's just on our real estate commission website. But I don't know. That's why I said we need to come up with some ideas to give them, or the money will continue. I mean, we haven't spent any of it, and we've got $2 million more than we did 2 years ago. So $6 million is a lot of money.
It's 4. It's around 4.
Well, it was 4. You told me it was 6 at the meeting. It had gone up $2 million since the last time.
Yeah.
It's around 4.6, right?
Are you talking about, I think you were talking about education and recovery, and then what I told you was about our operating. Which is under the general.
That's what they're
reserve.
talking about is the operating.
Is the operating?
They're not talking about the education. They didn't
they're
mention.
not.
Yeah,
But
we just
I
have
will,
to keep that at 500,000.
Yeah.
I will say I'm not sure of the gentleman's name, but he also mentioned that typically, since we are self-sufficient, that they typically FNA would recommend 2 years of having 2 years of operating in the reserve, which is we have a little more than that, but not a whole lot more.
And I can tell you when I first came on, they swept the account every year. Every year they swap it. And there was a mention at that meeting that they could sweep the accounts.
Sweep it and do what with it?
They put it in the general fund.
General fund.
So that's why we need to come up with some creative ideas and things that, I mean, we've all been on here long enough to know that, what will they accept and what will they not,
It's just really difficult for me.
Speak up.
It's really difficult for me that every time we want to do something, like send more people to Arella, that's, to me, the perfect example, that they won't let but 2 people go, and if it's in Canada, they won't let anybody go. That's just ridiculous to me. That's not even serving us well.
Perhaps the powers that be got the message from the legislators that we need to spend some money.
But they won't let us do it.
Well,
It was Toby and Caitlin and Anna that were there. The time before, it was Brian, who was the deputy commissioner at the time.
So we may have a different
So we got different people.
viewpoint.
And we have a new commissioner
Okay.
of commerce and
It may be-
insurance too, so
maybe-
we'll just have to
And
see.
historically, it's not our department. It's FNA that has really set how that money can be spent. And so conversations are being had now about them telling us exactly how it can be spent, which I know our department, I believe, has gone over there to say we have some IT items that we would like to use the money for.
Only, that's the only thing y'all told them that we needed. So that's why we need to next month tell Caitlin what we want.
okay.
While we're touching on IT, can I say something when it goes along with your report? I've been contacted, and it's even happened in my office, about a problem where people have their continuing education, they pay their money, but it's still expiring their license. And it's not showing up that, they think they've done everything right, but their license is still showing expired. And they're getting told, that's a IT problem. IT's working on it.
If you can send me some examples, I can definitely look into it. I know we do run into issues when people do their education after the date, or they do it so close to the date that their education is submitted after the expiration, and that would require us to go in. Another issue that's been coming up is with the 120. So if it's a broker, that could be part of the issue.
Yes.
But if you want to send me some people that, just when you hear of them,
I got 3 of them. I'll send them to you. So,
I think a lot of people take the class the night before they expire, then they think they're good.
Yeah,
But
this was not the
it's got more
case.
steps
That's
to
not
go
the
through.
But if the broker's license expires, this is what I was told recently, that there's not a flag that does anything.
are you talking about a
in our
principal
system?
broker?
Yes.
So what happens is if the principal broker's license expires, their firm cannot renew.
But there's no flag to say, oh,
It does not automatically expire everybody and the firm. It happens at renewal. And you cannot, if you're an agent, you cannot renew with the expired firm either. So it's all being caught at renewal,
not before.
not before.
You would think.
And it's not because it's not necessarily because it can't be. It's because we have not turned it on to operate that way.
We just allow 100 agents or 200 agents to continue doing business under expired broker's license.
So we have not turned it on in that capability because of the other factors that might come with that, but it could be.
Oh, if
How difficult is turning it on?
I mean, I don't know why it wouldn't
must
be.
It must be.
It must be difficult.
So, on a simpler scale, from my perspective, I think I'd like IT to be able to set it up so I can see what company an agent works for and who the broker is.
Absolutely.
Principal broker.
Just that much.
We've asked
We've
for
asked
that
that for
I know.
6 years.
I know. That's just, if we're talking about wish
But
lists.
that would be my first wish list, yes.
All right. So we've railed on that long enough,
Yeah.
I think.
Sorry.
Let's move on to the consent agenda.
Well, was there something about a constituent letter?
Oh,
Yes, yes. This is another letter that came up while I have been out, and had asked specifically to be presented to the commission. So I wanted to give each of you a copy of it, of the concern, so that you could review it. This is not something that I believe that we've given an opinion on, or that has come from the commission, unless it's come up via a complaint. So
I think this is another one of those things where, I mean, I've heard this since I've been on the commission. Somebody will go, well, the real estate commission says, and you're like, no, they don't. I mean, you know, because I've heard this out. I mean, because the source, the letter for, I guess, for people watching this thing, basically saying that they're saying the Tennessee Association of Realtor and ourselves have basically put out words saying, real estate agents, you do not need to have anything to do with the inspection. Don't go, don't look at it, don't talk to your people about it. Tell us, the buyers, that's their thing. You know, they just tell you what they want. We've never made a comment on that. I can't speak to the Tennessee Association, but we've never made a comment to this effect at all. And so, you know, I think that's all we got to say about this. We've never made comment on it.
They need to consult their broker. We've not given guidance. I'm certain of that. Thanks for the letter. All right, now consent agenda. Ms. Bridges, good to see you.
You as well.
Looking for a succinct report.
I am too. That's in your hands now.
I know. Maybe I wasn't talking to you when I said that.
All right. Number one on the consent agenda is 2019-021741. Number two is 2019-021681. Number three is 2019-022211. Number four is 2019-021651. Number 5 is 2019-022251. 6 is 2019-022721. 7 is 2019-025901. 8 is 2019-025741. 9 is 2019-027301. 10 is 2019-027001. 11 is 2019-026491. Number 12 is 2019-026701. 13 is 2019-025211. 14 is 2019-026921. 15 is 2019-027341. 16 is 2019-026801. 17 is 2019-028721. Number 18 is 2019-028861. Number 19 is 2019-029721. 20 is 2019-030011. 21 is 2019-030081. 22 is 2019-030721. 23 is 2019-030571. 24 is 2019-031071. 25 is 2019-031211. 26 is 2019-031201. 27 is 2019-031851. 28 is 2019-027471. 29 is 2019-020661. 30 is 2019-025331. 31 is 2019-028941. 32 is 2019-030821. 33 is 2019-031101. 34 is 2019-031951. 35 is 2019-032211. 36 is 2019-031841. 37 is 2019-023931. And I will allow Anna to read the rest.
Oh, let's just take yours right now. Does any commissioner wish to withdraw, pull any of those out before we make a motion? Ms. Franks.
I'd like to pull out number 8, number 14, number 15, number 18, and number 27.
All right. Mr. Wood?
How about just 19?
Okay. Other commissioners?
I just had 8.
All right. Is there a motion to approve council's recommendation
So
related to
moved.
cases 1 through 37, with the exception of cases 8, 14, 15, 18, 19, and 27.
Second.
Motion by Diane Hill, second by Bobby Wood. Discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 8, Marcia.
Okay, number 8, I wanted to ask, this is the one about the propane tank being leased or not. Was the contract on a TR form?
I believe it was.
Because it says the disclosure form is a TR form.
Yes,
So
it was TR.
And on
So-
the first page.
So what did they mark on that? Did they mark that it was leased or?
On the purchase and sale agreement, I don't believe there was any indication.
On the first page.
Yeah, there wasn't anything mentioned about the propane tank on the first page of the purchase and sale agreement.
The leased items, there's a section that's leased.
It
Mark anything
doesn't say
leased.
anything. It doesn't.
Does it say this, that the buyer does not want to assume it? Is that box checked?
It is checked, but there is nothing listed. It just says, I assume that just means generally we're not assuming anything leased if there is anything there.
Yep. That's
All right,
it.
that's the bottom line then.
That's it.
Okay, move to approve
Second.
council's recommendation to dismiss.
Okay, regarding item number 8, Ms. Franks makes a motion to approve council's recommendation. Ms. Hill seconds it. All those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 14, Marcia.
Okay, number
14.
14. Number 14 is the one about the logo is larger than the firm name. And so I'm envisioning this right now. So it says Marcia Frank's team. And then it says Franklin Realtors 794. Is that the case?
I think
Is the
that-
logo that says Marcia Frank's team larger than the company name?
I'm going to look at it right now. I do recall it, and I think I stated the logo seems to me to be the most prominent feature of the sign, but it's not like ridiculously bigger.
I'm just
than
talking about the
firm
size of the
name.
font.
Or is the logo a sun or something? Is
So
it?
there's a logo, and then right below the logo, in a font of a similar size, it has the team name, and then phone number, website. Further down, you get the firm name and the firm's phone number. They all look to me to be of very comparable sizes.
The firm name is the same. It's the same size as the agent's name.
Yes,
Is it the same as the team name?
yes. The logo is bigger, slightly. By my judgment, slightly bigger, but the team name and the firm name, while different font styles, they do look
Okay, so if
Identical in
you were
size.
to enlarge it, and you measured the logo size, and I mean, there's a way to measure. So you said similar. That's what got me, I guess. It either is or it isn't.
the way the picture's taken. I don't think it would be exactly. It's kind of at an angle. So even if
It's
we
going
were
that
to, even if we were to blow it up and get a ruler out, I don't think we'd get the precise measurements. I'm looking at it now, and I don't view it as controversial. I could ask other counsel to look at it and see what they think. I see how it could be a close call, but I don't.
But if
I
it's a
don't think
logo,
it's an issue. It's a logo, and
that
the rules
doesn't
don't
matter.
talk about logos.
Rules doesn't talk about logo. It only talks about the names, the font
Firm
size
name.
of names. So logo don't even matter.
So it's the firm name and the person's name, the realtor's name.
Realtor's name can't be larger than the firm name.
Right.
Right.
And so those are all the same size, is what you're saying. Okay, I move that we accept council's recommendation
Wanna-
to
And you might-
dismiss
you wanna add
number
15 to
14
that since it's-
and number 15.
Thank you.
All right, the motion properly made by Ms. Franks
Second.
and seconded by Mr. Diaz would accept council's recommendation on cases number 14 and 15. Discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Number 18, Marcia.
Lost my screen.
Don't let that happen.
All right, number 18, well, I can't bring it up. Okay, number 18. Principal broker will not release till office fees are paid. That's the subject of that one. So if somebody has signed an agreement, usually when people come into an office, they sign, these are the policies and procedures of this office, the office manual, and they'll sign that they agree to those things. One of which, in my case, is that your office fees have to be paid. When you move your license, you need to bring me your money, and I will release your license. And obviously, this person didn't do that. They didn't bring the money. So it's your opinion that that shouldn't matter, even though they agreed to it?
I think there is a rule when it comes to principal brokers signing transfer and release forms that says they need to promptly sign the form when they're requested to do so. In this situation, I do think there may have been a problem if they had refused, just flat out refused to sign the form without those fees being paid. But it looked to me that while they were in the midst of this dispute, the broker just sort of changed their mind and said, you know what, I'm going to release you instead of, I mean, it's the same effect. They could have transferred a release, but they said, I'm releasing you, and they did sign the release form. It doesn't appear that this person's license ever went into a problem status as they suspected, because they did successfully transfer or affiliate with a new firm within 10 days.
Okay. I move that we accept council's recommendation to dismiss number 18.
Second.
Ms. Franks makes a motion to dismiss. Mr. Diaz seconds. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. Bobby, 19.
19, mine was just more of a curious. I mean, that was really odd. I've had buyers ask me to do a lot of things for them, but never help me dig up a deceased relative. But then again, then the complainants were saying that the real estate agent was a bad person too. I'm just like, who do you believe, and do you think this buyer was really this crazy?
Yes, actually,
Okay.
What, you want to take a minute to think about that?
Didn't hesitate, didn't
we actually called up the complainant and listened to the voice message, or excuse me, the respondent listened to the voice message, and it was threatening, to say the least. It was out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
This will go in the file. You won't believe the crazy things we have to deal with here. Okay. Motion to accept council's recommendation to dismiss.
Second.
Wood makes a motion. I think Mr. Moffett seconded that one. Discussion. Let's vote. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. Finally, number 27.
Okay, number 27 has to do with an inducement. The inducement being on a Facebook page, offering a 2-year gym membership for anyone who purchases a home through the team. And at the bottom it says, council agrees that the advertisement offering a gift or prize as an inducement is permissible. So I'm wondering how that is, how you interpreted that is permissible.
Did it meet the qualities? It's on page 95 of the given the value and those things, time to deliver, and did it meet all those?
It did. It had, one of those little asterisks with the pertinent details below. And since this individual is the principal broker, then by default it was done under the supervision of the principal broker.
And it was in writing.
Now, I will say, that I think the rule does specify a signed writing. Since this was on Facebook, there couldn't have been a signature, but I can only assume that by the time the transaction is closed, there is a signature
It had the fair
involved.
market value and the time and place of delivery and the requirements necessary.
Yes, it had all of the
It had all of
details
that.
for
Okay.
receiving the
Okay.
gift.
Okay, I move that number 27 be dismissed.
Second.
Ms. Franks makes a motion. Mr. Moffett seconds the motion to accept council's recommendation and dismiss. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion vote aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. All right. Thank you, Kelsey. Diana, 38 through 77. If you'll read those
Right.
into the record for me.
Okay, number 38, 2019-022121. 39, 2019-022681. 40, 2019-022851. 41, 2019-024311. 42, 2019-025041. 43, 2019-026481. 44, 2019-026471. 45, 2019-027711. 46, 2019-027501. 47, 2019-027581. 48, 2019-033421. 49, 2019-029511. 50, 2019-029941. 51, 2019-030061. 52, 2019-031241. 53, 2019-031191. 54, 2019-031251. 55, 2019-031441. 56, 2019-021821. 57, 2019-068831. 58, 2019-066141. 59, 2019-063581. 60, 2019-061711. 61, 2019-059851. 62, 2019-058241. 63, 2019-056881. 64, 2019-056191. 65, 2019-053651. 66, 2019-050511. 67, 2019-047551. 68, 2019-044681. 69, 2019-046111. 70, 2019-043951. 71, 2019-042901. 72, 2019-040961. 73, 2019-039541. 74, 2019-038261. 75, 2019-036061. 76, 2019-068431. And 77 is 2019-065591.
All right, Commissioners, what would you like to take out of that list? Bobby?
51, 54, 55.
Hot dang. All right, is there a motion to approve council's recommendation on cases 38 through 77 with the exception of cases 51, 54, and 55? That motion is made by Ms. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Diaz. Discussion. Those in favor of the motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion passes unanimously. Number 51, Bobby.
51 had to do with the seller's disclosure form, and it's where the question was the property site built or not. And my biggest problem in there was it says the respondent states she told the seller that sounded like a site built to them. Because the problem was it actually was a trailer or modular, double wide, I guess is what it was. But they said that because it was brought out, they had put a foundation in and set it on the foundation, and then the agent is telling them, well, that's site built. Sound like, I mean, and that's not what site built means. Am I reading this wrong?
No, that's what the respondent said. On the form, it is there. The form is checked like both non-site built and it's checked site built, and then out to the side it says site built home.
So if you're not sure, you just check everything.
Yes, but it was my understanding that the respondent did not complete the form, but the individual selling the home did.
But it sounds like from their own testimony that the respondent was coaching them on what to fill out and told them this sounds like site built to me. That's my concern, is that the agent was coaching them on it and actually coaching them wrong to be deceptive.
I don't know if they were necessarily coaching them to be deceptive. It's just, I think that they, from their understanding of what had happened, that is their advice. It may have been incorrect, but I don't think they were telling them check this or that, because the person had already checked both at that point on the form.
Is the term site-built defined in statute? Or
No.
So what kind of definition?
PR form.
What sort of definition are you
MLS.
working with?
I don't think site built. I think the interpretation was that's something that you put together at the property. But when you have a modular unit like this, it's built somewhere else, and then it's just assembled on site. I don't think there's anybody has really ever interpreted like a double wide as a site built home.
I will say, like, I mean, I'm not a realtor, but it by appearance, the home itself did not appear to be a modular home.
That's the problem.
So, I think that was the issue that was here. Like it said, it looked like a regular home that was built on a foundation. So
I have seen homes that they're assembled. They're manufactured in panels, and then shipped to a site and assembled there.
I believe that's what happened
So
here.
but it looks like a regular home.
Well, is it movable? I mean, do you?
They usually remove the tongue and axles and put it on a foundation. Sometimes they add onto it on top of
I don't know. I just got a problem. I just think the agent coached them to be deceptive. But I really don't know what that rule is or law would be.
I think deceptive would be actively knowing that you're telling someone, oh, do this even though it's not this. And I think that the agent, like in this particular instance, legitimately did not know. The owner did not know. The only person that found out later was the respondent was the complainant after they purchased the home.
Because they were actually harmed by it, because site built is worth more than one that's not site built.
Yes, but I'd also state prior to this that the complainant did not have a home inspection or anything, and they signed the forms waiving that. They signed the disclaimer
problem.
forms.
They did not have a home inspection?
No, a home
Okay.
inspection was not conducted at this, and they were advised at some point if they wanted to do that, and they waived it away. So I took that as part of the reason why, like, that this could have been discovered through that. And there was also mention of an appraiser, but an appraiser would not, I don't believe in this particular instance, be able to find that out, because if they would have to move things, and appraisers don't move things in
Because
homes.
it's under the sink and it's in the master bedroom closet
Right.
when you look for the tags.
Could I interject just with a question? We were wondering too, is this something that is taught in continuing education for brokers and agents, how to spot a modular or prefab versus site built?
Not that I'm aware of.
I don't know that there's a class. I mean, but it's one of those things, 99% of the time when you pull up, you got a real good idea what it is. I mean, there are rare situations, though. I mean, in our family, we bought a property one time, and we didn't realize that it would actually have been two trailers put together and then built on until we had a foundation problem and started fixing the foundation and went, dang, we didn't know this. We'd owned this thing for a decade or more. So, but it was a vacation property, and that just happens. So
They included pictures from the appraisal, and it is not readily apparent that this looks like from any other home with a regular foundation.
Sometimes it's the roof line, the height of the roof
Usually
line.
the roof line. But then you have people too that say, "Oh, my brother is a framer. He can come in and do the inspection, so I don't have to pay an inspection fee." And just in construction, and I can see maybe that could have been the case that you don't just buy it without caring. Somebody might have said, "Yeah, it all looks good to me."
I'll make the motion. We accept council's recommendation to
Second.
dismiss.
Motion by Mr. Wood, seconded by Ms. Franks, that council's recommendation be adopted and case 51 be dismissed. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The motion passes unanimously. 54.
54 and 55 are tied together. This is the one where they purchased the property at like 103, and then they, when they went to I guess to close it, they put that the property was worth $135 because it does say on the deed what is the value or the value or what was the purchase price. I guess because most people, because what that also does is trigger a tax that they pay too. So most people want to go down on the price, not go up on the price. Do you think there was any underhanded thing going on there?
No, it was my understanding that the person intended to make improvements to the home following, and then afterwards listed the price as $135. That the party that listed the home as $135 wasn't any of the parties that were in the transaction. It was a third party individual. So it was like, so this was the deeded price with the person that after they purchased it, it had closed and everything. So everything was sold at $103. So when they went to go register the deed, they put $135 instead.
The only nefarious thing I could come up with
I
would be
support.
the buyer of this property who might have other properties in the neighborhood. And so if all of a sudden this house shows up at 130, it could lift the
Need
value
everything
of
to
this other
comp.
property. But that's not related to the real estate agent.
And so the affidavit at the bottom of the deed, does it say the price paid or
value.
value? Because I
Whichever's
haven't
greater,
looked.
whichever's
Yeah,
greater.
that's what I was thinking.
Okay. I'll move to dismiss both of these then.
This is number 54
Second.
and 55.
Yeah.
Mr. Diaz seconds Mr. Wood's motion. Those in favor of that motion vote aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That motion passes unanimously. So, Ann, I have a question.
Yes.
All these timeshares at the end.
Yes.
So you'll send a letter, or legal will send a letter saying the case has been dismissed.
Yes.
And have you all considered putting it there? The reason it was dismissed is because it's outside the statute of limitations, and if you paid somebody to help you try to get out of this timeshare deal, they should have known that.
So we don't send that letter. It's sent by centralized complaints that just says the complaint has been closed.
So, I mean, these guys, I think they're really taking advantage. These people who say, I can help you get out of your timeshare. And I'd like for the people, I don't know if we can do it, but the people who paid $1,000 to get out of timeshare and it was dismissed because it was outside the statute of limitations and there was no way they were going to get relief, they ought to have some claim to go back against that
People
company.
took their money.
Well, if someone were to request a copy of the legal, like the summary, after wanting to know why their complaint was dismissed, which happens a lot of times, we'll just send them a copy of the summary saying that it's outside of the statute of limitations. And then I believe that would be up to that person's prerogative to, if they paid someone to be like, you have defrauded me outside of our money. So I see the point, but I think if we were to go, it would be a little bit outside of our jurisdiction to say you need to pursue something civilly.
I don't want to, I just want, well,
But I understand. I understand the
I mean,
problem.
we have a dozen or more of these people. I guarantee most of them paid somebody to try to help them get out of the timeshare.
But I was just kind of looking at this as non-scientific, but I would say the batting average right now for these companies that are getting people off from timeshares is close to zero.
Yeah.
I mean, because and it doesn't matter how mean they are or how long you talked, they're still not getting off. I believe this though. I believe when I first got on the commission, whatever 4 years ago. Back then, a lot of times the people would actually talk to the timeshare people, and they seemed to have it worked out before it ever got here. But I really think the timeshare companies have dug in now, and they're not letting anybody out that are bringing it before us. So, I mean, put that on a billboard, and so we can make them stop doing that. But I've seen it in other states I traveled to too. I see these exact same commercials that I see here. They're in other parts of our state and other states too. So
Some by the same people.
yes, they are.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll be back. Will you take that section and meeting?
Look out. Okay, Ms. Bridges, we'll start with number 1.
Okay. Number 1 on the legal report is 2019-021251. Complainant is a licensee. Respondent is an unlicensed buyer. Complainant states that respondent approached their client, whose home was for sale, with an offer to purchase the property. According to complainant, respondent offered the client a contract where respondent would have 90 days to lease the property to someone with an option to buy. The mortgage would remain in the client's name, but after leasing the property, respondent would begin reimbursing the client for the mortgage payments. If respondent was not able to secure a renter within 90 days, they would renegotiate. Complainant followed up the same day and asked to withdraw their complaint, stating they were able to locate a license for respondent, but counsel is unable to confirm this. Counsel located a license for respondent in New Hampshire, but does not believe they are licensed in this state. Respondent did not provide an answer to the complaint. Based upon the information available, it appears more likely than not that respondent is engaged in unlicensed activity. Counsel recommends a $1,000 civil penalty.
We have a motion.
I got a friendly amendment for $1,000 civil penalty for failure to respond.
So that's in addition to the unlicensed activity?
A license, you can't. Yeah.
If they don't have a license, they're not required to respond. Okay. All right. Is there a second? Okay, so we have a second by Mr. Moffitt. Any discussion on the matter? All right, we'll take a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 2.
Number 2 is 2019-022531. Complainant, a licensee, alleges respondent is engaged in an unlicensed activity. Complainant claims respondent approaches homeowners pretending they want to purchase the property and tries to convince them that the property is worth less than it really is. They then list the home at or around its true fair market value and pocket the difference. Notice of the complaint was delivered to the only known possible address for respondent, but it was returned to sender. Included in the complaint were screenshots of a few listings purportedly made by respondent. When counsel searched local property assessor records, each property address appeared to have been sold within the past year or appeared to still be currently owned by a limited liability company. Limited liability companies do not qualify for the corporate or owner exemption under 6213-104. Counsel recommends the commission authorize a penalty for unlicensed activity, and that's for a $1,000 civil penalty.
Motion?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
But they're more than one house, right?
Yeah, why didn't we penalize them for every house that they're doing?
Well, I didn't consider that, honestly. I couldn't tell you how many properties they are. I would have to look that up.
There's 2, at least.
You know now, is that?
I mean, there would be at least 2 when it's more than the one.
Oh, okay.
You
Well,
know
that
that.
makes sense.
You know that.
Okay.
Math.
Saying.
But do you know, do you have records of anything other than the one? You said more than.
Let me pull, there were 2 or 3 that I checked. Let me pull the file itself, and I can tell you how many exactly. There are 4 that were included in the complaint.
4?
Would you like to amend that, Mr. Diaz?
Sure. I'll amend $1,000 civil penalty for unlicensed activity for the 4 houses that we know of. It's for a total of $4,000.
Any discussion on that one? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 3.
Number 3 is 2019-024301. Complainant is the owner of a real estate firm where they are also the licensed principal broker. Respondent is also a licensed broker and was formerly an affiliate broker and team member under complainant supervision. Respondent was released from the firm/team on January 11th, 2019. Complainant initiated a civil action in Chancery Court addressing most, if not all, of their claims in this complaint. As of September 5th, 2019, it appears the court date is still pending. However, the court did grant a temporary injunction barring respondent from any type of interaction with the firm or the firm's clients earlier in the proceedings. The two claims most relevant to this commission are: one, complainant alleges respondent attempted to divert property management business away from their firm, and two, they allege respondent misappropriated commission checks that should have been deposited into the firm and or team's accounts. Respondent states they have never contacted a client of the firm and that they have no interest in competing with complainant. Respondent states that they even recommended complainant's firm's property management services to two of respondent's current clients, but when one came back unsatisfied, respondent worked with the client to make other arrangements. Respondent states their current property management work is limited to one property where they pick up the rent check and deposit it each month. In rebuttal, counsel for complainant provided a bank custodian affidavit submitted to the Chancery Court in support of their claims. Counsel recommends litigation monitoring.
For motion?
To accept council's recommendation.
And we
I
have
have a question.
Okay,
Go ahead.
No, you-
go ahead.
So it said that misappropriated commission checks number 2 that should have been deposited in the firm and or team accounts.
Emphasis on team accounts.
Yeah.
That was part of the allegation. I will say it looked as though the complaint was likely written by an attorney for the complainant. I agree that if there is just a specific team account, that could be an issue, but given the vast amount of accounts that are being looked at and the information and allegations involved in this complaint, it looks like that's something that the court is going to. I mean, I think the court is going to determine all of the issues, but based upon what happens in those proceedings, I think we'd also be able to determine what accounts are involved.
For the record, the respondent didn't respond to the team account.
No, they didn't really address that, no.
Like to know more than anything else.
I do think that, like I said, I think that all of these issues are being litigated.
Well, but
You know,
even
we could launch our own investigation, but given that there are likely investigations ongoing, it might be easier to just wait on the court's determination.
and I love the court, but they don't always know this part.
What's a bank custodian affidavit?
So the affidavit was from basically somebody who works with the bank and has been certified as the person that monitors the records or keeps the records. And the affidavit really just said, I attest that the following attachments are true and accurate. And the attachments were checks that it looked like respondent had endorsed. And some of the checks had been written out to the firm. Some of the checks were written out to a different entity. But in every event, the respondent had endorsed them. The claim is that the ones written out to a separate entity really were supposed to have gone to the firm, and that possibly respondent directed the client, no, write it out to this so-and-so. And then they
Did the
had control
team-
of that account. The checks did clearly show where they were being deposited. I couldn't tell you definitively that there was a misappropriation going on, but if you take complainant's side of the story coupled with those checks, it certainly would look like it.
So this, I'm not saying this happened, but did you just say it's possible that a licensee got a commission check made out to his or her company, and prior to taking it to his or her company, endorsed it over to, say, a team account and put it in that team account?
That's the allegation.
Well, that's a serious allegation.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. So like I said, we can refer this out for our own investigation, or we can take the court's determination. That being said, when I say take the court's determination, the commission would not be bound to accept the court's findings. But they could certainly be considered persuasive, if not just
But I'm
relevant.
like, if this person's doing this, but they're stealing, is what they're doing, stealing money, then I don't think it matters what the court is. They need to go ahead and have their license pulled. I mean, if they're stealing money.
We just have to know that that's the truth.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's pretty serious.
I'd be in the mood to ask legal to continue the investigation on this one.
So, Ms. Taylor, do you want to amend your motion? And it is that legal continue investigating.
Well, it's,
Specifically about.
Would you like to
checks.
put it in litigation monitoring and have us investigate, or?
investigate about the account of money going into the team account.
Litigation monitoring keep us, affect our timeline, that it gives us an open-ended timeline, not the 180 days?
The litigation monitoring basically means that we're not going to make a determination on the issues of the case until it's been settled by the courts. Our determination is separate and apart. So we're just telling it's an agreement between legal division and the respondent that they notify us and update us what is going on with the pending litigation.
Well, that could take 2 years. So are we willing to wait 2 years, or do we want to go
But
forward
yes,
with
it's
our
a
own?
clock
Why
stopping
don't
action.
we look into the, investigate in the money going into the team account, and then we can come back to that.
Is that what you were
Something
saying,
like
Ann? That basically we could call it litigation monitoring, but we want to get our investigators to look into this one particular thing about the
Right.
checks.
I don't see why.
Would that slow down the process if we leave the litigation monitoring on it versus legal to continue to investigate?
I don't believe it would slow down the process. It would really just require the respondent to notify us of any actions taken by the court, any rulings. It would also allow us to request any documents that were submitted as part of discovery, things of that nature.
So we probably need both.
So it seems to me like the complainant is represented by an attorney who's got what we need to see.
Yes, I would still recommend seeing what the other side, seeing what their defense is. But
Well, they responded, but they didn't address
it
that
wasn't
issue.
much of a defense.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so Ms. Taylor, we have a amended motion by you for, and is it to continue the litigation monitoring and for legal to continue to investigate the team's account? Is that your motion? Yes. And Mr. Diaz, is that still a second for you?
It is.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I'd just like to make sure it's a priority. Sometimes litigation monitoring just kind of is a deep hole, as far as I can tell.
Right.
But this, if what's alleged is happening, it's a significant issue.
We can get that investigation request out before the end of the day tomorrow.
There have been times when something as severe as this happened that we had a called meeting even for something as severe as this. So that's how we're looking at it. That's how severe we're looking at it. All right. All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 4.
And number 4 is 2019-030931. Complainant is a licensee and respondent is a licensed affiliate broker. Complainant alleges respondent's mailers violate the advertising rules by failing to include respondent's firm name and telephone number. Complainant provided a copy of 2 postcards sent by respondent, which feature the team name and respondent's phone number, but not the contact information for the firm. Respondent answered the complaint and apologized for the oversight. Respondent's answer also indicates that they did not seek their broker's approval before sending out the mailers, as they state they will be sure to first check with their broker before sending out any advertisements in the future. Based upon complainant's lack of disciplinary history and the Commission's history of $500 agreed citations for these types of violations, Council recommends a $500 civil penalty.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? All right. So we have a motion by Ms. Hills and a second by Mr. Wood. All those in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 5.
All right, number 5 is 2019-031421. Complainant alleges they entered into a contract with respondent, unlicensed, to exchange their current timeshare interest for a membership in respondent's vacation club. Complainant alleges that despite paying respondent upwards of $3,000 for their membership interest, which respondent states was valued at over $15,000, but the cost was offset by applying complainant's timeshare, and by delivering to respondent a copy of their timeshare deed, complainant is still receiving maintenance fees and account statements from the timeshare resort. In response, a representative for respondent states that the contract clearly shows that respondent was to assume responsibility for maintenance and other fees beginning on January 1st, 2020. Counsel agrees that this is what the contract states, but nevertheless recommends disciplinary action because it appears respondent is engaged in unlicensed activity, and that recommendation is for a $1,000 civil penalty.
Motion to accept counsel's recommendation.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Hills and a second by Mr. Moffett. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Number 6.
Number 6 is 2019-031721. Complainant was a property buyer and respondent was their designated agent. Complainant states that on or about February 11th, 2019, complainant went out to view a property with respondent. Complainant states it was important to them to have a sizable backyard, and the property respondent found appeared to have a yard relatively larger than the other lots in the neighborhood. While at the property, complainant asked respondent where the boundary line might be located. Complainant states respondent pointed to a metal fence post with a fluorescent pink ribbon attached to it and advised that it might be the boundary marker. Complainant says that they took respondent's word for it since they are the quote-unquote expert and they were supposed to be representing complainant's best interests. Complainant made an offer on the property, which was accepted. At that point, complainant again asked about the property line, and respondent recommended they ask the homeowners association. Complainant reiterates that respondent said they thought the metal pole might be the property line, but they weren't sure. Complainant received a copy of the plat map after closing and discovered that the boundary line was located extremely close to the home, and that had they known this, they never would have made an offer. Respondent states they recall pulling up an app-based listing platform to look at a map of the property and noted that it appears the HOA might have a common ground that surrounded the lot on two sides. The metal fence post appeared that it could be a boundary marker because it was opposite of a walking trail that is accessible from the common ground, but says they never guaranteed that it was the boundary marker and that they never made any representation that they were qualified to give an opinion on the lot size and boundaries, and explained that the app they were using was not intended as a substitute for an actual survey. Respondent also notes that complainant signed the purchase and sale agreement, residential property condition disclosure, disclaimer notice, and HOA bylaws and covenants. Respondent maintains they disclosed all known information about the property and advised complainant to contact the HOA regarding the common ground area prior to the buyer's final inspection. In text message records provided by complainant, respondent states that they don't typically recommend buyers get a survey unless there is reason to believe that there could be a property dispute. Complainant stated that they were first-time home buyers and heavily relied on respondent to help them navigate the process. At the same time, they signed a TR purchase and sale agreement, which expressly states brokers are not responsible for any issues which could have been detected through an inspection or survey. Council recommends a letter of warning.
A motion?
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Wood and a second by Ms. Hill. Any discussion? And what really got me about this one is that this was a broker, though. I mean, so they've had a license for 3 years at least, and a pink ribbon on a fence could be anything, anything. So I think we're being kind to just give them a letter of warning.
If it passes.
If it passes. So let's see if it does. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed?
No.
Okay.
Roll call.
Let's have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Jeff Diaz,
Aye.
Vice Chair Marcia Franks,
No?
Commissioner Diane Hills,
No.
John Moffett,
No.
Commissioner Fontaine Taylor, Commissioner Bobby Wood,
Yes.
Chairman John Grease.
No.
Right, that motion fails on a 4-3 vote. Would there someone like to make another motion?
So sometimes, I don't care what, if the contract says, the broker, regardless of what the broker did or didn't do, he's not liable because it says right here that he's not liable. I don't like it. I don't get it. If these indeed are first-time home buyers, this guy is a broker. He has been practicing at least 3 years, and there are some signs. Plus, he says he doesn't normally recommend a survey. Now, you need to be consistent. You should always recommend a survey or never recommend a survey, but find somebody that can advise. I just think he was derelict, or she, in his or her duty. And I'm not sure which category, but if indeed these guys were clients, especially with first-time home buyers, if in doubt, recommend a survey. Don't say, I don't think you need one, or it looks like the HOA might own it. So I'm not.
Reasonable scale and care? Is that where you're at?
Yes.
Well, you got these duties owed to all clients, and you've got duties owed to all customers, all people, and duties owed to clients. And there's and I'm trying to remember which one.
2134041. Let me
page
see
is
what
that?
that is.
And that-
I don't know. I haven't got
53.
53. As in the client as to whatever forms.
I would say in this case, it's my sense that the licensee was in violation of 6213.404 IV.
Which one?
404.
3, 4.
Oh, 3. I'm sorry, 3A4.
Yeah.
My sense that this complainant had every right to file this complaint and is justified.
Second.
What kind of civil penalty did you have in mind?
What's your motion?
I'm just so far I've not made a motion, so
Oh, I thought you did.
no. I just think this is where the licensee fell down in his or her job. Let's just try a $1,000 civil penalty for violation of that previously referenced detail.
Second. Okay. Mr. Moffett? All right, any discussion on that motion? All right, let's have a vote. All those in favor of Mr. Grease's motion, seconded by Mr. Moffett, for a $1,000 civil penalty. Did you add any education or anything to it?
No.
Okay. Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. Motion carries unanimously. Number 7, a represent.
Yes, got a few represents. This one is 2019-015671. New information. Respondent did provide an answer to the complaint, but it was misfiled for whatever reason. It did not make it into the file.
Move to accept counsel's recommendation.
Okay.
Okay, so when was this complaint filed? What was the date? It was
It was opened, so it was filed on February 25th, 2019.
this year.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So tell me again. So we had a motion by Mr. Grease, seconded by who?
Jeff.
Mr. Diaz. All right. Are we ready to vote? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No. Signify by saying no. All right. Motion carries unanimously. Number 8.
All right, number 8 is 2019-007241. New information. Respondent provided a copy of the confirmation of agency status, which lists respondent as the designated agent for the buyer and was signed by complainant on August 21st, 2018. Respondent also provided copies of not one but two exclusive buyer representation agreements signed by complainant. The first was executed on June 18th and was in effect through October 31st. The second extended the term through December 31st and was executed on August 21st along with the other transaction documents. Council recommends this matter be dismissed.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Diaz, a second by Mr. Wood. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 9.
Number 9 is 2018-038831. And new information on this one, respondent now operates a licensed vacation lodging service where they are also licensed as the VLS's designated agent. There have been no additional complaints filed against respondent. Council recommends this matter be dismissed.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Okay, so the motion was by Mr. Diaz and seconded by Ms. Taylor. Any discussion on that? Okay, I would like to say one thing about this, is this to me is one of those, it's like if we gave them a second chance for them to be able to go back and do this. So if we're going to do this, then it needs to be consistent that that's what we do on all of these VRBOs and whatever, these short-term things. This is my only comment. Okay, ready to vote? All those.
So why do we give vacation lodging people a second chance, but not everybody else?
As I recall it, when these matters first came before the commission, there was a discussion about the fact that, especially with the surgence of Airbnb, there's been a lot of confusion in the industry as to what licenses and permits and et cetera, are needed, and that a lot of this is done at the local city level. Now that we've been trying to get the word out, at least through these meetings, that you do need a license for VLS, I think moving forward, there should be penalties for unlicensed activity. But in these cases, the commission voted to defer until now, I guess, a later time.
Well, we deferred until December of last year, and now it's September.
Could not tell you specifically why they didn't come on in December, but we did send them letters telling them they need to get licensed, and some of them did, some of them didn't. In this case, they did.
So are we going to do that for everyone? I mean, that's also like unlicensed activity.
I think my understanding is that this, this reconsideration period was only for the batch that we previously reviewed.
So only those that we put off till December.
Yes.
So moving forward, it won't be the case.
Yes. I mean, I plan on recommending unlicensed activity if it's unlicensed activity.
Like how it smells. Do you?
No, I don't either. I don't either.
Paul, there was some confusion about the vacation lodging service.
Whose confusion was it, though?
It was I would say it's shared, but there was a lot of confusion here, and so we went back and we looked to see if we thought what falls into the statute and what does not fall into the statute, and so that's why I believe that these cases were originally deferred. And so during that time period, we held off on presenting the vacation lodging service complaints until we could get a better understanding of it. So if we were really to give blame, I'd say it was 70-30. If you wanted a number like that, 70 being ours, and trying to get a grasp and understanding. So I think we have that now, and so now we're presenting those cases that should have come earlier, but now they're here. So from going forward, as you've seen prior to this, it would be unlicensed activity. But this was during the period we didn't know what we were making a determination.
And so who made that determination?
Who? We talked about it in the legal department. Got some.
The chief legal advisor is.
Yeah, we've had discussions. This is where we're going from here on out.
So could you succinctly state the position of legal when it comes to Airbnb at this point?
If you are managing the rental of a property you do not own, then you need to have a vacation lodging service license.
And so could you include that in the minutes of this month's meeting as well?
So legal doesn't view somebody operating an Airbnb as a short-term rental.
If you're the owner of the Airbnb, then you can do whatever you want with it. But if you don't own it and you are assisting in the rental of it, then you need a VLS license.
So a property that is owned by somebody else but is being managed or rented out by a third party, they need a license.
Yes.
But the owner does not.
Yes.
So then there's one case, I'm not sure where it shows up, where somebody comes and rents a place for a year, pays monthly rent, and then turns around and subleases it on a nightly basis.
That's on,
Is that equitable title we've been talking about again? Are they the owner at that point?
I think we have a case.
I think I know which one you're talking about from the addendum. And if you don't mind, I feel like I'd have an easier time with that question
Okay.
once we get to it.
I just generally speaking, I'm trying to still understand equitable title.
Okay, so then where is the cutoff? So is this all of them that we have in the pipeline?
This should be all of the vacation lodging service complaints that were deferred. So everything else that is coming through is past that date. Because this was if this was supposed to be presented in December, I imagine that it was either presented in November or maybe even September. I know it was in October. So then those would already be out of the system. So we are well past that.
So what about a LLC
What about if the LLC,
owns the property?
if
It is our current.
You know the answer
It is
to
our
that.
current position that an
Stump the council
LLC, number one, they don't qualify for the corporate exemption. That's only corporations. As far as the owner exemption, it is our position that while an LLC can own something, an LLC can't act. It has to be an individual that does the brokering. Therefore, that individual needs to have a license. Because essentially, they're brokering property that is not owned by them. It's owned by the LLC.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right. So the motion by Mr. Diaz, second by Ms. Taylor, is to dismiss as recommended by council. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Okay, and that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That motion carries 6-1. Number 10.
Number 10 is 2018-03-8611. Respondent is now actively licensed as a vacation lodging service, and there have been no additional complaints filed against respondent. Council recommends dismissal.
The other one.
Yes.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. Taylor, seconded by Chairman Grease. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
All right, that motion carries 6-1.
At least I'm consistent, right?
Yeah, go ahead, Chairman. All right.
People have always noted that.
All right, and then next we have Ms. Matlock with number 11.
Number 11 is 2019-029681. Complainant is a licensed principal broker. Respondent is a licensed property management company. Complainant alleges respondent is operating unlicensed. Complainant states on or about July 8th, 2019, they found on a Facebook page for respondent and were unable to find them on verified.tn.gov. Complainant states that this means there is no immediate principal broker and it is difficult to tell if the people who are representing clients are licensed or unlicensed assistants. Complainant is concerned about who is accounting for trust/deposit monies at this location. Respondent's principal broker answered the complaint. Respondent's principal broker states they have been upfront with the commission about how their company is operating. Respondent submitted a 2014 letter requesting a waiver of the rules regarding working under a broker outside of a 50-mile radius. Respondent states this was granted when respondent's affiliate received their affiliate broker license. Respondent states their affiliate is scheduled to take the broker exam on May 13th, 2019. Respondent states they were unaware they needed an additional firm license for their additional location, but could act on this as soon as their affiliate receives their broker license. Respondent states due to the growth they have experienced in their area, they had to open an office central to all properties in the area in order for their tenants to have easier access to their staff. Respondent states all escrow accounts and all accounting is handled from their office and directly overseen by respondent's principal broker. Since the filing of this complaint, an additional office of respondent was opened in a subject location on June 24, 2019. Furthermore, the mentioned affiliate was added as a principal broker for this location on June 25, 2019. Counsel believes, based on the information provided by complainant and respondent, that respondent was in violation of TCA 62-13-309A1A, which requires that each office have a real estate licensed firm license, a principal broker, and a fixed location with adequate facilities for affiliated licensees to conform with zoning laws and ordinances. Furthermore, TCA 62-13-309A1AB requires branch offices to have the same requirements. The recommendation is for a $1,000 civil penalty for violation of TCA 62-13-309A1A.
So that we're clear. So this is for the second office they opened, but what about the third one?
Not a third.
I thought you said they opened up an additional one.
There's just the first office and the second office.
Okay.
Unintended consequences to that rule change.
50-mile rule. See, I was like that. That's a good argument for the 50-mile rule. Basically, the broker didn't know what in the world their agent was doing. I mean,
that's
and so busy they just had to open up another one without getting legal.
and it's happening. So,
Yeah.
motion to accept council's recommendation.
Well, I want to ask, you have two different codes here, and you've only asked for a $1,000 penalty for one of them.
Right. I just put NB as reference, so I think that this would be considered a branch office. And so they didn't have a branch office, so it would fall under 62-13-309A1A because you don't have those requirements. So.
But you have a requirement to have a firm office. You have a requirement to have a principal broker.
That's in the statute.
And a fixed location. So that's three different things they've
Well, but
permitted.
it's in the
But
same.
it's in the same provision,
one. Here
so
it
it's
is.
not three different violations.
got
It would
it.
be one.
Any other discussion?
well, see, I was looking about. I mean, I'm thinking this is a case that this is covered pretty well in the core class, but this is a real estate firm that here, so it wouldn't be helpful for them to take the class. I mean, I'm wondering, should we open up a complaint against the broker for not having a clue what was going on, and then require them to also take that core class? I'm just
The principal broker core class.
okay.
The principal broker, the first one or the second office?
The first one.
First one.
So the first one's the one that opened up the other office. Would you like to amend your motion?
For what class do you recommend, Ms.
Core class.
The core class?
If you're going after the broker, you have to open up a
Oh, yes, that's
yeah.
right.
Yeah. So it'd be a separate complaint.
Do you know if that course is still ongoing, being offered?
I saw something where it was going to be offered, but I can't remember.
That's some of the problem we've had in the past is that there's just the one course, and last year I think it was offered maybe once.
Bobby, would you please start teaching that class?
Well, I think
Well,
we're
why don't we do just make it a core class period?
we're
Y'all
a bit
mean?
Excuse me.
Y'all were mean.
premature off of that because we would have to open a complaint
Okay.
Okay.
anyway. So if that were to happen, we have to administratively open a complaint, present it, and then you make a recommendation.
Okay, so should we just handle this right here, and then if we want to do something,
But we can ask that a case be opened.
Yes.
Right. That's what I was saying. I was just saying assessing the core
But
class
she-
right now is
yeah.
premature.
Right. Okay.
okay.
answer it.
So, Ms. Hills, is that what you want to do?
Yes, it is. Vice
Okay.
Chairman
Open.
Franks.
All right, any more discussion? All right, so the motion was made by Ms. Hill, seconded by Mr. Wood for a $1,000 civil penalty. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Number 12.
There's also, just for the record, a motion to open up a complaint against the principal.
Principal broker.
Okay, and
The original principal.
And so
broker.
that was a part of your motion, Ms. Hills?
Yes,
By
it
Mr.
was.
Wood?
Yes.
Okay.
Add it down.
Okay, great.
Number 12 is 2019-02-9971. Complainant is a Tennessee real estate licensee. Respondent is an unlicensed individual. Complainant alleges that respondent is engaged in unlicensed activity. Complainant claims respondent has set up a closed Facebook group on which respondent posts commercial and residential listings that they are not legally entitled to post. Complainant alleges that respondent was trying to connect buyers and sellers for a fee while they are unlicensed. Complainant sent the address of a Facebook group which appears to still be operating as of date of this report entry. Notice of the complaint was delivered to the only known possible address for respondent, but it was returned to sender. In addition, emails to respondent went unanswered. The recommendation is for a $1,000 civil penalty for unlicensed activity.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Diaz and a second by Mr. Wood. Any discussion? I just have to tell you a little story right here. So I go with my daughter to Verizon to check about her phone. Her phone's broken. And so the man's trying to sell her an upgrade on her iPhone. And I'm like, they're coming out in like a week. You don't get a new iPhone now. And so I was telling my daughter what to do. And he looked at me and he said, you would make a good salesman. And I said, well, actually, I am. And he says, well, what do you sell? And I said, real estate. And he said, well, so do I. I said, oh, what company are you with? And he said, I have my own company. I said, what's the name of your company? And he says, well, it doesn't have a name. I'm just a wholesaler. And my daughter says, she's a real estate commissioner. And he went, and he didn't say another word, and he took off to the back room, and we never saw him again, so we went out the front door and left. So there are these wholesaler Facebook things that I just can't even look at them anymore, because it's, I don't want to know, Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Diaz, seconded by Mr. Wood for a $1,000 penalty. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously.
Commissioner Franks, do you want to open up an administrative complaint against the Verizon guy?
I only got his first name off his pen.
But you can go back and get an update.
I'm not going back. It's not my job.
I think you're going to get a deal on that new phone.
All right, number 13.
13, 2019-029671. Complainant is a Tennessee real estate licensee. Respondent is an unlicensed, out-of-state corporation specializing in property management software. Complainant alleges that a representative from respondent contacted them in order to solicit business from them. Complainant claims respondent's representative told them that respondent was a licensed company and utilized licensed staff. Complainant states that they went to respondent's website and could not find any evidence of licensure. In response, respondent states that they are a software platform utilized by property owners and industry professionals, that they have no history of conducting licensed activities in Tennessee, and they have no history of providing services to the complainant. As part of the review, counsel reviewed respondent's website as well. It is counsel's belief that respondent is a software company that enables property owners to manage their properties more efficiently. However, some of respondent's stated activities appear to edge very closely to activities that require a license. It is counsel's recommendation that respondent be put on notice of the same, and therefore a letter of warning is recommended.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion by Ms. I started to say Ms. Wood, Ms. Hill, and a second by Mr. Diaz. Now, I have a question. When you say in here, appear to edge very closely into activities, what did you mean by that? How do you edge an illegal activity?
I think edge closely meaning it's open to interpretation. It could be considered licensed activity. However, we don't have any record of them operating in Tennessee from here. So I think that if they were to expand to Tennessee, we should put them on notice that you need to be licensed.
Like what kind of things were they doing? Because I'm thinking software company.
I think a software company very similar to platforms, popular advertisement platforms. Hold
Lead
on.
generation, probably.
Let me pull this up really quickly.
It's a big deal to find. Don't worry about it, because you basically said they're not doing it in Tennessee, so we couldn't do anything about it anyway. I guess I'm just wanting to know what to look for.
I can bring it up really quick. I've
Okay.
got the name. Hold on one second.
And I'm also wondering how a letter of warning carries any weight for an unlicensed person.
It wouldn't go into their file because they're unlicensed. It would just basically be telling us, based on your website, this is what's required for either having a vacation lodging service or a real estate firm. And if you were to do this in Tennessee, it would require that you be licensed. So it says on the website it's enabling rental property owners to better manage, lease fast, all stress-free. So it's for landlords and property owners. So I think it would probably be more in the category of possibly like property management or a vacation lodging service. So there are no Tennessee listings on here, but I think if they were to do that, that they would need to be licensed.
It would be advertising if they
It
were.
would be advertising, yes. They would need to be licensed as with the Real Estate Commission.
Any other discussion? All right, we have a motion by Ms. Hill and seconded by Mr. Diaz for council's recommendation of a letter of warning. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Carries unanimously. Number 14.
2019-031651. Complainant appears to be a Tennessee real estate licensee. Respondent is an unlicensed out-of-state corporation specializing in marketing vacation properties. Complainant alleges that respondent is managing over 400 homes in Tennessee without a VLS license. Complainant contacted a representative from respondent to ask questions about them after hearing about the company from an acquaintance. Complainant included copies of the email thread with the company representative. The representative told complainant the respondent's role is that of marketing your home and managing guest communications and bookings. We work with a third party to collect payments and deposit those funds in your account. Less 10% and 3% credit card processing fee. The representative said that the complainant or customers would be required to secure any necessary permits, and they are required to display them in the online listing. The representative admitted that they do not have a BLS license because the homeowner is the merchant of record, and the respondent does not, quote, have a setup of traditional property management, unquote. Finally, the representative stated that they have been in the business since 2011 and that they, quote, work with 400 properties in Tennessee, unquote. After receiving the complaint from the department, respondent states they are not in violation of Tennessee law, especially TCA 6213-104B, because they, quote, do not provide all of the services described in the statute, unquote. They describe themselves as an online platform utilized by property owners to manage their own properties. They claim that the owners transact directly with the guests. Respondent has no employees in Tennessee, does not inspect or maintain properties, and does not enter contracts with guests. They do, however, refer homeowners to local partners for those services. As part of the review, council reviewed respondent's website as well. Despite respondent's written response, the website itself calls them a vacation rental management company. Contrary to respondents' written assertion, the VLS statute does not require that an entity provide every single act to fall under its jurisdiction. Nevertheless, it is Council's belief that Respondent is an online platform analogous to more famous platforms that enables property owners to manage their properties more efficiently. While it is more likely that a subset of users of Respondent services would need to be licensed, however, some of Respondent's stated activities appear to edge very closely into activities that require license. It is Council's recommendation that Respondent to be put on notice of the same recommendation is a letter of warning.
I have a question.
Yes.
So if I look at 6213-104
Yes.
B, C, capital C, so at the bottom of page 10, this talks about vacation lodging service, so that would be the closest thing, right? And it says engaging in business of providing the service of management, marketing, booking, and rental of residential units owned by others. Doesn't that fit?
Well, here's the
I
scenario.
think it does.
So I rent a whatever you want to call it, VRBO, Airbnb, whatever, and I do this quite often. And I give them my credit card. Well, it tells me on my statement it's a VRBO or an Airbnb. Doesn't have the owner's name on it. So I think that's what they're alleging here, that it's going through and then they pay the owner to get them away from liability of it. But is that
But it says
acceptable?
owned by others,
Right.
so that's the exemption.
But aren't they involved in the collection of the money?
Yes. And advertising.
Same.
And they advertise it.
Yeah, that.
And that's kind of the way, I mean, I look at it, we're here to take care of the public,
Mm-hmm.
and that's where the first place they get hurt, right there, is pocketbook. And so,
Like
13%.
they provide a service for the owners to collect money. So
They're collecting it though.
they're collecting it and dispersing it to the, I guess maybe they're collecting it and dispersing it to the owners.
Oh,
They are.
So
they,
it's
they
like-
give 10% plus 3%.
And
It
so-
would be different if the payment were going to the owner and then they were collecting their percentage.
but this is saying this is an exemption. These
That's
are
their
exempted.
interpretation
That is their interpretation, that they're an exemption.
of 104B.
For little b. So it'll be the that's the vacation lodging section of the statute.
I just think this is unlicensed activity and warrants more than a letter of warning. Because a letter of warning, you think that's going to stop them? They've got 400 homes in Tennessee.
Well, then it would be, I think, a civil penalty for unlicensed activity, not 400 civil penalty, $400.
Who told you there were 400?
they did.
They did.
You don't think they'd lie about that, do you?
I think they were boasting about it, is what I think. That they do it all the time. So
So that wouldn't be a penalty per?
Well,
No, it would not. That my recommendation would not be
that would get them.
$1,000 per 400 properties.
listen, this is a big company, and $1,000 unlicensed activity, they'll just keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it.
$50, it would still be
We
20,000.
could give them,
A $50 per 400?
well, we could.
It might be helpful to look at the factors for civil penalties.
What page is that on?
Let's see. It is on.
In the rule book.
Isn't it in this one?
I know the rule numbers.
It's on page 95
Of the red?
of the Red Book.
It's at the top of the page.
It checks
I
off all
don't
of
think
those.
they're gonna pay 400,000.
No, they're not going to pay for it.
But I think that we need to give them like a,
That would guarantee a formal hearing.
The only
we give-
other thing that I would recommend paying attention to in this situation, which sort of goes towards perhaps factor C, is that this complaint was likely submitted by a licensee or a competitor, if you will.
What does that matter?
I think it speaks towards is there harm to the public? If this had been a consumer and something bad had happened as a result of this, and then we're looking at it saying, well, they're unlicensed, there's nothing we can do. That's a situation where the public is definitely being harmed. In this case,
There's 400 of them being harmed.
are they though? I mean,
Well,
we
I
don't
would
know
say
what the
so.
harm is because no one has alleged that they've been damaged in any way by this. It's merely a licensee saying, "Hey, they're supposed to have a license and they don't."
Because the licensee follows the rules and laws.
I agree, but following the rules doesn't necessarily mean that, or not following the rules doesn't mean somebody's going to be harmed by that. But the rules are there to, provide safeguards to avoid that harm.
I also have a question in general. I know that we have very similar platforms that are very popular that we've talked about today that provide individuals a place to put a property up for rent and then collect that money. It is not, we don't know how much money or if any would be taken from those other companies. This company just has to, explicitly states we're taking 10%. So would we then, if someone were to place their property on a very popular site that starts with the letter A or that starts with the letter V, would that mean we would be going into that territory of licensing those individuals too? I would want us to consider that. I think that this is more similar to those kind of properties, but they're actually telling us parts that they're collecting when we don't know about the other ones.
This is the case before us today.
I understand. I'm just trying to get guidance from the future. So if someone were to bring a complaint against another company, what we would need to do about the more famous platforms that are out there.
I would think that if the platform, the software provider, is charging a fee to the owner for access to that website to advertise their property and to do all the brokerage services like a subscription service, I think that's different than a software provider collecting the fee from the renter and passing it through and going to the owner. I think that's a distinction that I would make.
I would say they've been doing business since 2011. My motion would be $1,000 for each year, 9 years.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second that. And if you collecting rents, they have to have a relationship with those.
I don't think they're necessarily collecting and keeping them. I think it's collecting and transferring them as
Parsing it.
the other more popular sites do as well. And we just don't know how much those sites are keeping of that money.
Let's find out.
No, they've not come before us yet.
Yeah, let's find out. Yeah.
So could I picture this company as like a virtual property management office?
I think the company is more analogous to a VRBO or Airbnb platform. Not a property management, an advertising, a place for people to advertise
Right.
their own properties.
But when I rent a VRBO, I'm paying the owner of that house. I'm not paying the software platform.
Right, but you're doing it through the software platform, and we don't know if that. I mean, I've never used those sites before, so I don't know how it works.
goes
If
to
that
the
owner,
company,
if
not
that
the
owner keeps all of the money that they're getting, or if they give some of that money back to VRBO or Airbnb. So that's like the issue that we have here, is that it's going to the owner, but a percentage of that is going back to the company.
Is this one that maybe that we could defer until our next meeting so that we could have this discussion at Arello? Because you're going, Mr. Diaz, aren't you? I mean, since we're talking about $9,000 here, Do we need to think about it, or you want to go forward, or what? Whatever you think. I'm just throwing that out.
I'd be willing to do that.
I guess my question would be, we defer it, and what comes of that?
Then we discuss it next month.
I know, but what are we getting that is going to change?
Find out what other people are doing, since this is, if this is a national company, it's happening other places too.
What other
And-
states are doing.
But
And I can
can't-
tell you,
won't
this
know
has
the
not been
company's
discussed at
name
Arello.
because it's anonymous. Like, I can't tell you the company's name.
We don't have to know the name, though. It's obviously not just in Tennessee.
It's my understanding that a lot of other jurisdictions are not regulating these types of platforms, and we have not in the past done anything or instituted any kind of penalties for platforms that are more famous for this type of infraction. So,
But that's because we didn't get any complaints.
no, we've had these complaints before. We have had a more popular platform complaint be presented before you. Did not result in civil penalties. And apparently, according to Airbnb's website, they charge 3 to 5%
Let me ask
of
you.
what they're taking.
Let me ask you a question. If they don't pay, what happens? What happens to them?
They don't pay the civil
Pay
penalty.
That company. Who makes the decision as to what happens to them?
If they don't pay the civil penalty, then the
No,
matter
no.
would go.
If they don't pay the fee to this company.
Well, they take it out. They get the money,
Yeah.
and then they take 13% out and give you what's left.
But let's say if you don't
They get
pay
their
your
money
if you
first.
don't pay your rent that month, then who goes back on them to
Oh,
collect
you
their
pay
rent?
it in advance. Most of these are 30 to 60 days in advance. You have to pay in full.
So,
That was taking my thought away from what I was trying to do. Is does that company that doesn't get the money do something, or what do they do with
The
it?
company gets the money first, and then after the person comes and stays in the unit, then the owner gets paid.
There's some deposits with that also, or are there not? Or is it
There
just?
are. When you book, you do X amount,
Okay.
and then 30 to 60 days out, you got to pay it in full.
All right, but then
Non-refundable
you pay that
deposit.
if they have to retain the deposit for some reason, who handles that? I mean, I'm trying to.
I mean, if
tie
something is
things
broken
together.
in it?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Or who handles the deposit
Who-
money?
Yeah.
Well, I would say that they do, because you can get insurance in case you have any damage.
All right, well, to me, then that puts it in
Mm-hmm.
management. That's what I'm saying. That's where I come from.
so just help me out a second. So let's say a vacation lodging company in Pigeon Forge advertises properties that they handle on the internet, let's say.
Lots of them.
There are. And so somebody says, I'll take Echo Valley Cabin. I want it for 4 nights. They send the money through that vacation lodging service, who takes a piece of it and then sends the net at some point to the owner of the cabin.
It's great.
Is there anything different between that and what this company does?
That between collecting the money and giving it.
Well, I mean, so I've described what I think a bricks and mortar vacation lodging service company does. They advertise, they get money, they find tenants.
Right, but I would distinguish it from a vacation lodging service in that a vacation lodging service is advertising properties that they don't own. And so this platform is allowing individuals to advertise properties that they own.
Not themselves. The individual's not doing it. You go to VRBO or any of these, you go to their site
Right, you're
And you
going
go
to their,
through
you're,
their
and they're going through
houses.
the properties and say that you, Marcia Franks, you own a home and you've placed it on VRBO. So it's going back. So they're giving you a platform to advertise your property, and you are the one that's receiving that money. A vacation lodging service is not doing that because they don't own the properties. You're not. There's an extra party there. You're the party that's getting the money. And a vacation lodging service, they're the ones that are getting the money because when I think of a vacation lodging service, they've entered into some kind of contract with managing an extra property, and so they're doing it without the owner's interaction.
So the company in question, the fee that they collect, the 10% or the 13% that they collect, what is that fee for?
It's coming.
Advertising.
For the
It's
access
for-
to the
Managing
advertising platform?
It's for.
money.
I'm not sure. I don't know what it's for, but I know it's the fee that is incurred by owners if they on any other property, any other of these platforms, to post their website on there, to post their property on the website.
So the fee is for access to the website.
Yes.
I think-
It's on.
Collected the money because they
And they're
Advertising
So-
and collecting
credit
money.
card.
So,
So it's managing in essence.
so
may not
so
be
so if
fixing
there's
the toilet.
so let's go ahead. Right. So if there's damage to the property or if there's repairs that need to be made, that's incurred by the owner.
That's the owner's.
Oh,
the
no,
owner's
no, no.
responsibility.
They have your credit card, and if there's any damages, they
I'm not
put
talking
those
about the
damages
renter.
on
I'm
your
talking
credit
about the
card.
owner. I'm not talking about the renter. I'm talking about the owner.
That's the owner's
So if
responsibility.
there's any damages to the property, the software platform doesn't call the plumber. The
Right.
owner does.
No, that would be the owner.
No, but they would, the owner would say they've done $300 damage, and they would put, that company would put $300 on my credit card for damage.
So
I'm having a hard time separating.
They're collecting the rent.
They're collecting the rent.
For the owner. They're not taking, but it's
Well, everybody does. Every property management company collects it for the owner.
I
There's
don't
no
s-
difference.
I don't see this as a property management company. I see it as the 10% fee is access to the website to post your property.
It's not just access to a website. They're collecting the money, they're dispersing the money, they're charging you if you've, damaged.
Permission to book it for
There-
that time.
Is there a service agreement between the website and the owner that we can refer to that lists what the services the website's going to provide in exchange for the fee?
Like when you sign up, there's a service agreement, you agree to terms and conditions. Yes.
Right. So in those terms and conditions, I'm guessing you haven't reviewed those?
No, have not looked
Oh,
at
okay.
those. I just think I see this one is not any different from any of the other more popular or more famous.
So you're saying this is not one of the big famous ones then?
It's not. I mean, I have not personally heard of it before, but it's pretty popular about people. But that doesn't mean anything. I don't have a.
No. I mean, all you got to do, if you can put a website on, you can start collecting people's money.
It may be opening a can of worms, but
Yeah.
I don't think because they're famous or infamous, I
That
don't
doesn't
care what
matter.
it is.
I know,
That
I just-
has nothing to do with it. That This is either right or it's wrong, period.
And I understand that. I do. I get it. I just think that if we were to assess a civil penalty for this, I don't. So that would be for any software company on the website that is allowing people to post their properties for rentals. As we were saying before,
If they're collecting the money.
well, all of them do. All of them do, and that's why
Now we're aware of that.
And now, I mean, short-term rentals are regulated not by the state but by the local governments, and so all of these platforms do that. And I don't think that all of these platforms would fall under the definition of vacation lodging service.
And what's the difference in your mind?
The difference in my mind is that it's providing the individuals an opportunity to post properties that they own themselves.
And what about them collecting the money?
They're collecting money as for access to the website.
No, they're collecting rent.
Is this analysis being done under VLS or property management? So property management is sort of indirectly regulated by the Act. Sometimes it involves brokering, sometimes it doesn't, but there's not a specific rule on property management. But under VLS, with the collection of the rent, VLS applies to management, marketing, booking, and rental. The way that the money is collected and or dispersed, I don't think is the most
They
relevant
book it,
consideration.
Right? They're not going to take my money unless it's defined what week I'm available. So there's booking. Yeah, and that was what I'd read a few minutes ago. Let me go back to it.
Something new that we have to all get our minds around and be consistent in the future about. That's why it's so serious.
Which is why that we had recommended in this particular instance a letter of warning. So if there is any confusion about what is going on, because there's clearly some here, that it would not be something like a civil penalty. I think a letter of warning clarifying, look, this is what this says and this is what this says. And if you continue to do that, then we believe you need to be licensed. I don't think that we can, based on here and the confusion or the conversations going back and forth, I don't think that a civil penalty would be appropriate. I think that it's an opportunity for us to have further discussions in the future about what we're going to do here, what would qualify, what would not qualify. But here on this day, I think that a letter of warning would be appropriate.
The warning is going to be like a mosquito bite.
Right, but mosquitoes keep coming back. So if we keep getting complaints, if we keep getting complaints, then we address that in another time. Letters of warning do not rule out, this is not the end of this. This is the end of this one single complaint.
But what it also does, it makes complainants not file complaints because they filed one knowing that somebody had 400 homes in Tennessee, and they said they had they said they did. So, I mean, it works both ways.
It doesn't, I would disagree with that because we
I hear it
still
all the time. People file complaints and we do nothing about it.
But we get
Y'all hear
people that
that?
file timeshare complaints every single month, and we can't do a lot about those. So people are going to file complaints whether or not, depending on what happens here. I don't think that's going to deter complainants.
And from the consumer's perspective, they paid for a rental and they got a rental, and they had their vacation and then they went home.
I can't say what any one respondent is going to do upon receipt of a letter of warning, but on the off chance that they are listening, if I received a letter of warning, given how easy it is to get a VLS license, I just go ahead and get the VLS license. And if it comes back before the commission, then the commission can consider the fact, well, they were put on notice, they had a chance. Even if the commission doesn't make a definitive decision, they had a chance to get a license, they didn't.
And they've been made aware because they responded. So
Right,
they've already
right.
been made aware.
They've
And so it wasn't like the other ones that said, if we gave them till December to discuss it again, and then we only gave them a $250 fine because they got their license, or we let them go because they got their license.
I'd like to say, I think your thought of talking to Arello and see what's going on, but it says respondent is an unlicensed out-of-state corporation specializing in marketing vacation properties. When you market a property, that puts you in the business right there, right? Okay?
But to Anna's point, that's what VRBO does.
I hear what she's saying, but you have to start somewhere and sometime. You can't just sit back and say, well, I don't know.
Because then they're going to say, well, on September 11th, 2019, you let this one go. And they told you they had 400.
That's right.
The only thing to me, when it says management, marketing, booking, and rental, I think it all falls into that category.
Yes.
The word management is so vague, because I can say I've allowed someone else to do all this booking, and I've given them authority to do it. So it's not so much that I'm giving them authority to come fix the toilet. It's I'm giving them authority to make the rentals and to collect the fees for me and to send it to me.
I
the only
understand.
word
I
that
do.
bothers me.
I get that. I understand. But I think for this particular complaint, this was not filed by someone that has posted something on the website and has been particularly harmed by the website. I'm not saying that people haven't been harmed here in this moment, but I think that because of this is just, as we said, we think it's somebody that is bringing a discussion to the table. And I think it's only fair, like we gave those other people an opportunity to be aware of what has happened. This is not, I don't think, analogous to what we saw in those other complaints, because this is an online platform like the other ones. Because if this is the conversation we're having today, if this is the way we're going, it's going to have huge impact on what's going on.
I withdraw my motion.
$100,000 motion.
$9,000. She was $9,000.
Oh,
9,000.
okay.
$1,000 a year.
$9,000.
So is it the judgment of this commission that this only deserves a letter of warning, or do we want to do something else?
At this point, I have got to put my trust in the attorney who's looking at more than I am, even though I don't agree. I'm just going to have to put my trust in you, and that's why I withdrew it.
I'm kind of like this. I feel like, there's times when I'm trying to go out to eat, and I'll say, okay, I'm taking everybody out to eat, and then we can't decide on something, and I'm like, okay, I'm just going to withdraw everything.
That's it.
We're going to go home and eat bologna. Okay, so this is where I'm at. I don't know that it's. I think this could become a big decision, and I would like for to allow Marcia and to go get to the Rello meeting, and let's just take a look at it. I don't.
Anna's going on.
And I mean, let's just see if it comes up, and we can have 30 days of more wisdom in this thing. So that would be my motion. Can we just delay it 30 days and then bring it back up next
When's
meeting?
our next meeting?
October in Farragut.
When's your meeting? When's your meeting?
Next week.
September, yeah.
So you will have time to have something before that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and Anna might too. Anna might pick something up at Rello too.
Mhm. Okay, good. All right.
All right, so
I'll second you.
who you made that?
That's my motion.
Okay,
to defer
to
next
till
meeting.
next meeting. Okay, and so that was Wood and Taylor, right? Any other discussion?
Before we vote, Kristen, do you have any thoughts on this? Okay.
She's reconsidering her job opportunity here.
We were joined by Chief Counsel. Do we want to hear from Chief Counsel?
He's been stalking us, hidden back behind some desk somewhere.
Have you been listening to the conversation?
Absolutely. I have been listening to the conversation. I understand where some of this confusion is coming from, because I think a lot of people even out there are confused by this interaction with the new technology. In the past, I have analogized a lot of these platforms to basically the same thing as if you personally put an ad in the Tennessean. You own a property. You want someone to come and stay at your property. If you put an ad in the Tennessean, they're coming to you. You have to pay the Tennessean for the space to get the ad listed, but you're the person who has to deal with any issues or any problems like that. It is true. A lot of these platforms have very sophisticated agreements and those kinds of things. But at the end of the day, I think there's some important differences that happen when you list a property on one of these platforms as opposed to having them managed by a VLS service. For instance, it's come up in the news before. It's not the greatest reason in the whole world, but when you list a property on one of these platforms and you own it, there are certain laws that don't apply to you. For instance, anti-discrimination laws. There's a very specific exception to some anti-discrimination laws if you are renting a house that you live in, because you get to decide as the person who can stay with you. Whereas a VLS couldn't do that. Like if you had, like Commissioner Grease used the example of a cabin in Pigeon Forge. If you are allowing someone else to manage your property and they were to run afoul of a discriminatory act, they don't have any way. They are not off the hook for that act. Whereas if you listed your property with one of these platforms and you just said, I just don't want this person to stay in my house, that's okay. And so there are some subtle differences. It's not exactly the same. It's not exactly right on point. But that's what. But if it is the commission's will that you would like us to defer this until next month, and we can come back and talk about it again. But I think at the end of the day, there is just going to be some subtle differences between the traditional VLS and some of what we see now with the internet and new technology.
I think, though, the biggest difference
Right.
in your description is the Tennessean does not collect the money. That's where we're hung
They
up.
get a fee.
Right,
though.
but I guess what I'm
No,
saying
they
though
get
is
a
that
fee for the advertisement,
Right,
but they're
but I'm
not
saying-
collecting the rent of the house that you've put in the Tennessean to rent.
Well, I mean, this is true, but I think the analogy still holds because you're paying a person for a service, and that's what these people are doing.
And part of that service is to collect the money.
Right, but it's not. First of all, it's not 13%. 3% is for Visa or Mastercard, right?
Right, three of it's for credit card.
So it is 10%,
And that's the third party.
Right, but that is but that's for everybody who wants that service. But as opposed to paying like a flat fee, you pay based on how much you want to charge for your space. But it is your space. I think when we have looked at this issue before, what we have talked about is that it may be that the owner or the person listing the space needs the license, right? Like, so if you own a property, you listed on this space, you don't need a license because it's yours, you own it. But if you are helping, we've had cases where, and you'll see one, I think, maybe coming up, where somebody says, I'm working with my friend and I will manage their property on this space. That the friend needs the license, right? And so I think that's sort of where we are with that. But I would say though that it's still just paying a fee for the ad space, no matter how you come up with that space.
But they still are receiving the rent. And
But they're
dispersing
not.
the
It's
rent.
not. But they're not holding it though. As far as I know, like they don't hold. It's not the same. I guess when I've looked at some of the agreements, they do collect the money and then they turn it over to your account within 24 hours or something like that. And so, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we serve at the leisure of the commission, but I would argue that there are some subtle differences, even if they're not earth-shaking differences.
So just to follow up on that, if, I'd hate for this to happen, but the company takes the money and keeps it, doesn't turn it over to the property owner, do you think that complaint would come to the real estate commission?
Say sorry.
Oh, well, I think another thing that the commissioner talked about is, if there's some kind of disagreement, who's sort of like on the hook for that. My understanding though is that the owner would have an action against the renter, and the third party would stay out of it.
But the third party is not regulated.
Well, in this case, they are just a platform for you. It's been my experience that so folks who list, like Anna, I've never used one of these services, but I know people that do. My understanding is that the owner is the one who cleans up after the guests, or like they hire somebody to go do it. Like all of those things are the owner does those things. Like the platform, even the more famous ones, they don't send a cleanup crew. They don't send people to fix things. Like the owner has to go and make his or her own arrangements to have that done. So I don't know if that moves the needle for this analysis at all either. But it's, whereas in your cabin analysis, the cabin people would go and fix everything.
I think we're more interested in the money and safeguarding the money of the public versus anything else that has to do with this. I know there's lots of properties in this area especially that, and now Davidson County has changed their law that there has to be you have to live in the property now. But I know they did grandfather a lot of properties. And I know in one area of Nashville, there's been out of the country investors have bought up tons of areas, and so those are being managed, usually not on a VRBO. They're not vacation rentals, but so there are other people that are managing property management for them locally. I just see this as something totally different.
I will feel better knowing what.
I would have rather it had been a company that we all knew about. Mm-hmm. Now she's telling me it's a company, it's a little company, we don't know this company.
I don't think it's a little company, it's just I have not heard about it. If they have lots of properties, it's not a little company.
Yeah, they got
but my
400 in
knowledge is
Tennessee.
limited when it comes to what platforms it is to rent things, because I don't do that. I also would just say, I think that's a matter of being in the age of the internet. I'm not sure how this would work otherwise if it wasn't the internet. Would you say if, for example, if someone were to have this platform and it's immediately deposited into the other person's account instead of going through because
that would be better. I think
I see the
that would be better.
I just see the internet, the company, as a conduit to get the other person their money, as kind of similar to other real estate firms that use title companies instead of escrow companies as a way to get the money through them. So I guess I'm just with.
But we know that's legal.
We do know that's legal, but I'm just saying that I think that's just a modern technology advancement that we have here. This is a way for people to get their money is through this website, instead of what Denard was saying. Otherwise, it would be in the paper, and you'd have to. It's just that's what happens now.
Also, just one last.
We're going to defer this till next month, right?
We've got to vote on the deferment.
Yeah, that's what.
Okay. One other thing, Denard?
Oh, I was just going to say, just to be fair, I think the write-up had that the 400 properties, I think they had that in quotation marks. I mean, they're in sales. That could be a little bit of puffery, too. I mean, they could just say, oh, yeah, we got, all, that's all I'm saying. We don't, we didn't get a definitive count on that. So just to put that out there, FYI.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table made by Mr. Wood, seconded by Ms. Taylor to defer this until next month. Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Number 15.
Don't we need to tell Denard and Anna that they need to get out more and start going out and going to
They need some vacation.
That's right. They need more vacation.
I got 2 kids under 5. I can't go anywhere.
You can't go nowhere.
I'm not going anywhere.
Number 15 is 2019-031591. Complainant is a buyer. Respondent is an affiliate broker. In August 2018, complainant contacted respondent with interest in buying a listed property on which to build a home. Complainant paid a $500 earnest money deposit, which was placed in escrow. Title search of the property turned up an unpaid lien in an amount greater than the sales price of the land. The parties were unable to settle for a lesser amount, so the sale was canceled in January 2019. Complainant asked for the earnest money back and states that they were told the respondent and their PB were unable to find the property owner to sign the release form. The complainant did ultimately receive their money back in April 2019 after almost 3 months of waiting. In response, respondent states that they tried very hard to close the sale but were unable to do so due to the lien issue. They state that the seller of the property was impossible to find even after looking working for several months. Respondent's PB requires both signatures to mutual release of the purchase and the sale agreement, but after realizing the seller was impossible to track down, the PB wrote the complainant a check for the full amount of the deposit. There is no evidence that respondent did not make sincere efforts to find the seller and obtain a release for the earnest money deposit. However, the principal broker should not have kept the complainant waiting for so long, especially once it was clear the sale could not go through. Recommendation is to dismiss to the affiliate broker and open a complaint against the principal broker for violation of Rule 1260-0209-9, and that's the rule that earnest money be dispersed within 21 days from the date of receipt
Move to
of the
accept
written
council's
request.
recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion by Chairman, who made
Thank
it?
you for the promotion.
Commissioner.
Let's change seats. By Mr. Wood, and a second by Chairman Grease. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, now we're on to the addendum. Number 1.
Just as a little preface, I know some of the information and recommendations in here is a little contradictory. Just the summaries are coming from former legal counsel, but I'm going to go ahead and just give you all my recommendations. So number one on the addendum is 2018-039581. Complainant is a resident of Tennessee and respondent is an unlicensed corporation. Complainant alleges respondent is renting vacation homes in Tennessee without a license. Respondent's attorney argues that respondent does not fall within the relevant statutory licensing provisions based on its business model. The business model is as follows. Respondent enters into an annual lease with the actual owner of the property. While the lease gives respondent authority to rent the property on a short-term basis, the lease provides for a fixed monthly lease payment and contains provisions common to the typical real property lease. Lease payments are on a fixed monthly amount, and no portion of the lease payments is based upon any portion of revenue respondent may generate from its activities. Respondent argues it does not provide short-term or vacation lodging services, but instead links interested parties to Airbnb through its website. Respondent notes that complainant does not cite any statutory basis for their allegations, but argues that Tennessee has enacted a detailed licensing act under Section 104 for vacation lodging services, which are defined as follows. Any person that engages in the business of providing the services of management, marketing, booking, and rental of residential units owned by others as sleeping accommodations furnished for pay. There are a number of exemptions to the VLS chapters, particularly under 104A1A, which exempts an owner of real estate with respect to property owned or leased by such person. As set forth above, the owner of the property subject to this complaint leases the property to respondent, but for a fixed annual fee and monthly installments. By virtue of the annual lease, respondent receives the right to use the property in any lawful manner, and the original owner relinquishes any right to share in the revenue generated by the property as sleeping accommodations furnished for pay. Respondent further argues that the legislative history of the vacation lodging services law related to vacation homes or units in Tennessee, specifically vacation spots throughout the state, and does not fit current short-term rental practices in any city. Nevertheless, respondent recognizes that the commission and staff have a good faith duty to safeguard the interests of the public if the person comes within the definition and authority granted by the legislature. Tennessee Code annotated 6213-1043A says a firm license shall be granted to all applicants upon proof of qualifications. Respondent requests that the Commission and its counsel review its operations in light of the current law and come to a reasonable conclusion. Respondent wishes to be in compliance with the law and hopes to be a productive member of the Tennessee business community. Counsel feels respondent should not be required to obtain any license to operate under their business model. If the Commission disagrees, counsel recommends sending respondent a letter advising they obtain a VLS license and defer this matter to the next meeting. In this particular complaint, I do agree that a license is likely not needed, specifically because the definition of real property does include leaseholds, and there is an owner exemption with respect to properties owned or leased by such person. I would argue that here the owner is the owner of the leasehold, which gives them permission to market the property, and that's why I would suggest dismissing this complaint.
You say they have equitable title.
I don't know if this would be a situation involving equitable title. I guess that might be one way to look at it. But
That's how you looked at it before.
Well,
and other things. I'm just trying to see if
I have in the past. In this situation, my recommendation is really solely just based upon the definition of real property, which includes leaseholds, and then the owner exemption. I think in this case, what we have is the owner of a leasehold, and they're choosing to rent it out.
it's a sublease.
Yes, essentially, yes.
So a leasee is equal to an owner in this circumstance?
I think so, yes. The owner of the lease.
Not the owner of the property.
Right. Well, it would be, this is kind of confusing, but they would be, under the definition of real property, they would be the owner of real property in so much as the property is the leasehold. That's what the definition says.
I'd like to move to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, we have a motion by Chairman Grease and a second by Mr. Wood. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Number 2.
I had a buddy this happened to. He's in the property management business, and he did not have in his leases. He never even envisioned anybody was going to sublet his property out, and he started getting calls from neighbors saying there's all kinds of different people coming in and out and stuff like that, lots of cars stuff, and he went back on his records and noticed that. He never had any calls for repair or anything on this house, and then he went online and was reading the reviews, and then people were saying we had a problem with the toilet. It was running at 10 o'clock at night, and the property owner came over, which was not the property owner, but it came over and fixed it that night. And so because he was subletting it, he was doing all the maintenance himself, and he had great reviews online. But
Yikes. As a renter, I can say every lease I've ever signed has no subleases. Okay, number 2 is 2018-039271. Complainant is a Tennessee resident and respondent is an unlicensed company. Complainant claims respondent and its employees are advertising vacation rentals without a VLS license. Complainant alleges respondent has an estimated 18 short-term rental permits and over 30 listings in Tennessee on their website. Respondent's website states that they are a rebirth of a short-term rental management company, which complainant refers to as the prior company, and has developed a new business model for the new company. The complaint was mailed to respondent via regular and certified mail, which was returned unclaimed with no such address, as well as emailed to respondent. A past due notice was also emailed to respondent, but respondent has not responded to this complaint. Counsel left a voicemail and has not received a response. There is no address available on the website. Counsel, my recommendation is for a $1,000 civil penalty for unlicensed activity.
Are we to disregard that last paragraph
Yes.
where you want to defer?
I do not want to defer
Okay.
this. I think this is clearly unlicensed activity.
Okay.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
All right, we have a motion by Chairman Grease and a second by Ms. Taylor. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Number 3.
Number 3 is 2018-039291. Complainant is a Tennessee resident and respondent is an unlicensed person who works for the company in the complaint above. Respondent is the company's head of guest experience. However, respondent no longer appears as an employee on respondent's website. There is no additional information to provide other than what is summarized in the complaint above. The complaint was mailed to respondent via regular and certified mail, which was returned unclaimed with no such address. A past due notice was also emailed to respondent, but respondent did not respond to the complaint. In this situation, I took a look at it, and I personally don't know what head of guest experience would mean. There was no job description, and as the summary says, that individual and neither the individual nor the job title appear on the website anymore. So in this case, I would actually recommend dismissal.
And wait a minute here. Okay, so you're changing your recommendation.
Yes, I know it says $1,000 civil penalty. Like I said, without knowing what a head of guest experience does, without a job description, without a response from them, and the fact that they're not even on the website anymore, I just don't see enough evidence in this situation to clearly indicate unlicensed activity from the individual. Now, for the company, I do. But for the individual, I just don't see it.
Accept council's recommendation.
Second.
All right, do we have any discussion on the matter? We have a motion for dismissal by Chairman Grease and a second by Ms. Hills. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Number 4.
Number 4 is 2018-039311, and I can just go ahead and say the facts in this situation are exactly the same, except the individual's job title was hospitality agent. Again, I don't know what that means, and without any additional evidence, I would recommend dismissal with regard to this individual.
This is the same firm?
Yes.
Okay.
How about collection agent or something?
That, I don't want to go down that path.
Okay.
All right, do we have a motion?
Motion.
Well, is that firm is operating in Tennessee?
So the firm is, if you go 2 complaints back, the firm, with the website, that's the firm. Yes, they are operating, or at least were operating in Tennessee.
We gave them a $1,000 civil penalty. Mm-hmm. This is 2 of the employees there. All right, any motion?
Motion to accept council's recommendation of dismissal.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Hills, a second by Mr. Wood. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Represent, number 5.
This is 2018-038221. Under new information, a respondent has failed to obtain a license despite counsel's advice and states they do not plan on obtaining one because respondent believes they fall under the exception. Based on counsel's additional research, counsel believes that one property falls outside of the exception listed under 6213-104 and therefore recommends a $1,000 civil penalty for unlicensed activity. And that new recommendation I will endorse. I believe it should be for a $1,000 civil penalty for unlicensed activity.
Should accept council's recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Diaz and a second by Ms. Hills. Is there any discussion?
Did they get a cease and desist with that too, or is that automatic? Or
That language is included in the consent order.
Okay.
Is it always included?
Yes, at this point. They weren't previously, but y'all have asked for it so many times that now it is.
Okay. Ms. Tyler, do you have something?
I was trying to think if there was more than one offense, and I haven't found it yet. So. All right, so I'll just go along with that.
All right, so we have a motion to accept council's recommendation for a $1,000 civil penalty for unlicensed activity. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. And on the next one, number 6, will you just go to the new information, please?
Sure. Number 6, 2018-038531, new information. Is that respondent obtained a license as a vacation lodging service firm in May 2019, and there have been no additional complaints filed against respondent. Council recommends this matter be dismissed.
Move to accept council's recommendation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Diaz and a second by Chairman Grease. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
All right, that
Staying consistent.
Mr. Consistent.
Mr. Wood votes no. So that motion carries. All right, number 7, also just go to the new information on it.
For 2018-038831, new information is respondent now operates a licensed vacation lodging service where they are also licensed as the VLS's designated agent. There have been no additional complaints filed against respondent. Council recommends this matter be dismissed.
Your motion?
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Taylor and a second by Mr. Moffitt. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Oh.
All right, the motion carries 6-1.
Because they were opened in June of 18.
On which are you talking
Both
about?
of them.
Number 7?
They were open
Okay,
June
yeah.
of 18. So when did they get their license? I mean,
They
did
were
they?
presented in November, I believe, if memory serves
Okay.
correct. And then we had given them a period to get the license. And
So what are we running right now as far as when a complaint is filed and it comes to us? How long is it taking now?
Honestly, we are you asking how long does it take to reach me legal?
To reach us.
It's 180 days. So the complaints that we present to you every single month, those are the ones that are going to go over 180 days if you don't make a decision currently.
Every single one?
Yes.
By and large, just for the record, this program generates probably more complaints than any other program that we administer. So it's just every month it's probably 70 to 100 complaints. So we're just trying to
It seemed like there were more this month, too.
Yeah, and we're trying to, and that's why we had the addendum. We had like some represents. We're trying to make sure that we get everything. We make sure we get eyes on everything, and get them processed, and get them to you all and taken care of.
It also has to do with we have about 450 new licensees a month, too. So people are learning about complaints.
It's just the two of them, too. Whereas before we had.
Okay. All right. So we're on number 8.
Number 8, 2018.
The new information.
Sure, 2018-038611, new information. They are now actively licensed as a VLS, and there have been no additional complaints. Council recommends dismissal.
A motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Chairman Grease and a second by Ms. Hills. Any discussion? All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed?
No.
All right, 6-1. All right, and then number 9. Is there new
Last.
information? Oh, yeah, lots of, okay.
Yeah.
We'll go to the new information on that one.
Last one for number 9, 2018-027321. The new information is council is unable to obtain any additional new and relevant information from the BBB, so council requested an investigation into respondents' business activities in an attempt to locate the business and gather more info. The investigator traveled to 2 different addresses provided by the respondent. The first address consisted of 2 bank buildings, and there was no office for respondent at the address. The second address was an empty strip mall and no sign of respondent's business. Council feels that we have exhausted our efforts and recommends forwarding this complaint to the Attorney General's office and closing and flagging the complaint. Council also notes the allegations and issue complained of regarding complainant's requested rescissions would be a breach of contract issue for a civil matter. So that recommendation is for a referral to the Attorney General's office and a close and flag.
Motion to accept council's recommendation.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Diaz and a second by Mr. Wood. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Thanks, both of you. Thanks, Ms. Franks. We have one more item to go that I'm aware of.
There were some things on the iPads, too, that I don't know if they were some things that should,
Games,
not games.
Sudoku, or
It could be left over from
Well, there was
another-
something on a funeral home.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then there was a woman.
They do a mass upload of the iPads, and sometimes previous commission's information is not getting
Didn't get totally
pulled.
off. Okay.
All right, so on a personal note, I've become more and more irritated with real estate companies and individuals who appear to me, at least myself, are clearly violating what the rules and statutes say is the proper conduct for real estate agents. So I asked Anna if she had time, and I'm surprised she did, but compose a list of things that real estate companies and licensees should be doing, just as a matter of good business, because that's what the law says or that's what our rules say. And with that said, I'm turning it over to you, Anna.
So after our conversation, I thought it might be helpful if for our meetings we just give a few little updates on different things that we're seeing. And so there are some other things I would like to touch on in October, but 2 particular issues here today. Would just like to go over one statute and one rule where we've been seeing a lot of different problems. Specifically, we talked about this a lot today, which was Section 309, which is for business locations, display of license and signs. And so I just wanted to quickly go over that statute, or the more areas that we see the issue with, and then also go over some of the advertising rules, which we also see a lot of issues. So as you saw today, we had a lot of complaints that pertain specifically to A1A, which states that each office shall have a real estate firm license, a principal broker, and a fixed location with adequate facilities for affiliated licensees.
Where are you?
I'm on page 37 in your red books at the bottom of the page. So we're 6213-309 A1A. Affiliate licensees located to conform with zoning laws and ordinances. And then B says that each branch location shall comply with the requirements of subdivision A1A. So we've been seeing a lot of complaints where we have individuals that may have different locations outside of what is registered with the commission. So it is our understanding that if the license address that is on file with the commission, that is the address that you're to advertise from. So if there is another office in which like we had in the complaint earlier, where you're advertising operations out of that office, it most likely is going to be a branch office. Therefore, a branch office, you need all of the requirements in A1A, which would be another firm license, a principal broker, and a fixed location with adequate facilities for licensees in your zoning letters. So we've been seeing a lot of people that, a lot of different instances of individuals that were unaware that if they had a different location and are advertising that different location, that they did not require a license. So that is something that we definitely wanted to bring up. With that one. Also, as stated in number 3, we want to keep in mind that you have 10 days to change location of your office. The principal broker registered shall notify the commission in writing. So we want to make sure that when you're advertising something, if you change it, you're not only changing it internally, but you're notifying the commission. So when we're notifying you, maybe through a complaint or something, that we have the most up-to-date address on file for you. Those are kind of the main issues that we have. We see with that area. We understand that B1 states that you should have a sign on the outside of the office, but if your office is located inside of a building, that's a little bit different. You don't have to have a sign in that specific instance. Some of those requirements can be waived if you're in a shared office space. So that was basically, I guess, the crux of what we wanted to talk about, 6213-309. And we also, of course, have the other provisions that are provided there, and what is required if you have more than one place of business. But we just wanted to put that out for the public. It'll be in the minutes so everybody is aware of this requirement. So we hopefully will see a decrease in those kinds of issues that we're having before. And so the other rule I wanted to go...
And
yes.
could I ask one question that's
Sure.
on that subject? If a company has a sign out in the yard and it says Franklin Realtors, do they have to have their phone number on that sign? You consider that advertising?
So the next we were going to talk about was advertising. So if your public signs fall under the advertising rule, which is on page 89. So your sign should be in compliance with what is required for advertising.
What if you had a little...
You're advertising the company location, not advertising the property.
So what if you have
That's what
another
you're saying.
smaller sign on the property and it has your phone number on it, but not on the big, expensive sign?
But it says mansion advertising property is to have
Right,
the
so
phone
those are
number, not
for-
the advertising the office.
That's why I'm asking
Right.
what's
So
required.
So let's go into the advertising rule, and I'll read that for us so we can get some clarification on it. So we're on page 89, top of the page. So one says all advertising, regardless of its nature and medium in which it appears, which promotes either a licensee or the sale or lease of real property. So if you're advertising your firm, that would not be considered promoting. I don't think that would be promoting a sale of real property or lease of property. You're just saying this is where Marcia Frank's real estate is. And so it follows that shall follow the requirements of this rule. The term advertising for the purpose of this rule, in addition to traditional print, radio, and television advertising, also includes but is not limited to sources of communication available to the public such as signs, flyers, letterheads, email signatures, websites, social media communications, and video or audio recordings transmitted through internet or broadcast streaming. So, and advertising does not include promotional materials that advertise a licensee such as hats, pens, notepads, t-shirts, name tags, business cards, and their sponsorship of charitable and community events. So the advertising that we're looking at is the ones that you're advertising as a licensee for the real property that you're leasing. But so those are the general, that's what advertising is saying. And so for this, we see a lot of issues with the firm name. So the name, it should include the entire name of the real estate firm as licensed with the commission, or the DBA name, if applicable, of the real estate firm as licensed with the commission. So we have a lot of firms that are registered for one way in the as something LLC, but they do business as Anna Matlock firm. So you want to make sure that you're registering your DBAs with the commission, so we're able to track and make sure that is being kept, that we know about that. So another thing that we have here is just some of the general principles. We want to make sure that we're not advertising in a false, misleading, or deceptive manner. Advertising that refers to an individual licensee must also list that licensee's name as licensed with the commission. So you want, if you're going by Anna, if my name is Anna Matlock, but they call me Annie on something else, you want to make sure that you have like a DBA or something for your name with the commission, so it's being listed there. So there's because people can get confused with nicknames, and we have a lot of people with very common names, so we want to make sure that is also the same. The one that we see that we get a lot of agreed citations for is going to be B. So all advertising shall fall under the supervision of the principal broker and shall list the firm name and the firm telephone number as listed on file with the commission. The firm name must appear in letters the same size or larger than those spelled out the name of the licensee or the name of any team, group, or similar entity. So the same size or bigger rule we are definitely looking at, and we always get complaints about that all the time. And then I guess we have also advertising for cooperative groups and internet advertising. We see a lot of complaints that are related to Facebook complaints, but I want people to be aware of the one-click rule. So as long as the information for the licensee is available within one click of the advertisement, then that advertisement is okay. So the one-click rule is something that we really look at when we have those different kinds of complaints that are brought before us. That was just basically some of the main things that we've seen. Also, just remember that social media means 6A for the purpose of this rule means internet-based applications or platforms that allow the public to create and share content and information. So that includes but is not limited to Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn. So you'll want to make sure that all of your social media accounts are also in compliance with the rule, and those are not the all-exclusive ones listed.
Oh, here's something else that irritates me. It's over here in the guarantee claims and offers. It seems like I saw a billboard yesterday that says guaranteed offer within 24 hours. Well, that may or may not fall into that category, but I hope, you may want to speak for a minute, but I've also seen people say that if I don't sell your home, I'll buy it. And that's not good enough according to this.
So for this one, I'll just go ahead and read those two for you. So 7 guarantees claims offers A, unsubstantiated selling claims and misleading statements or interferences are strictly prohibited. B, any offer, guarantee, warranty, or the like made to induce an individual to enter into an agency relationship or contract must be made in writing and must disclose all pertinent details on the face of such offer advertisements. So we kind of saw that today in one of the complaints, but all of the information was provided there. So we'll want to make sure that all of this information is provided flat out, because if it is not, and we're missing some of these pieces, you may be susceptible to an advertising violation.
So if they say on the radio, see agent for details.
Or just because it says we'll buy your house within 24 hours, it may they may make you an offer. We will buy your house.
I got it.
But they have to say what the rules are.
I know, but
They don't.
I know.
And they haven't. This, we hope, will help them do that.
Right, we're hoping that, like, by disseminating this information, will not only educating licensees in public, but, decrease the amount of unforced errors that are made.
So you can have more for us next month.
Yes.
Thank you.
I will pick something else.
And this is
next
really
month.
a primer. People are supposed to know this, but I think it's
Anna's enlightenment.
It's Anna's
Corner.
Anna's
Corner.
Anna's minutes is what I think it is. All right, Anna, thanks for doing that. Appreciate it.
That was wonderful.
Anything else anybody has to cover? If not, let's see if Fontaine has anything to say. Fontaine, anything to say?
We didn't look at this.
Yeah.
What's this about?
Look at it.
Okay,
We did look at
we
it.
looked at it.
That's the constituent letter.
Jeff, anything?
No, sir.
Bobby?
Just one interesting thing, we kind of touched upon it a little bit about the issue being that a lot of real estate companies are not holding earnest money. And I got a call this week from a fellow broker. She goes, get this. She goes, we got 2 title companies in our area now that are charging a fee to hold earnest money because they've now realized it's a headache. And so,
And a responsibility.
And they don't want it. They're trying to nicely push it back on the brokers. So that was interesting. We'll see how that moves across our state now. So
Free market response.
yes.
John Moffett, anything you'd like to say?
What?
Would you like to say anything on our way out?
Well, I don't know.
That's good, man. That's a good. We like that.
We are too.
Yeah.
We learn
Diane?
something every month.
The only thing to follow up on Bobby's is, and the TR form is a little misleading when you do put that it's being held by a title company, because those 5 ways it comes out don't pertain anymore.
Yeah.
And we don't audit the title companies that are holding the money.
Ms. Franks,
Just happy to be here.
we're happy you're here.
Thank you. And I wanted to say thanks to the one lady that came for CE credit. We're glad you're here.
All right, just a couple of things. Again, thanks, Marcia, for covering that joint operations committee. I appreciate you being there. I appreciate me not having to drive there and back. So
And Park.
thanks for that. Number 2, Kristen, we're excited to have you here. We'll be interested to see if you come back next month. Okay. And finally, our meeting next month is in Farragut.
The beautiful town.
Let me
of
ask you.
Farragut.
Let me ask. So, as far as the starting time, you guys from Central Tennessee that are coming over, Central Standard Time, if we started at 8:30 Eastern, that would be 7:30 your body time. Now, would you guys prefer to push that back a little bit?
I think we'll adjust. We'll be fine.
You think
I'm
you can
fine
make
with
that
that.
happen?
Depends on how many days early
Yeah.
we get there.
Yeah.
So I'm assured it's a one-day meeting. Okay, so count on that. And you should be assured, Lyle Irish, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the Knoxville Association of Realtors, has all of your emails. I don't know if he has Kristen, so I might need to get that. So I expect that you'll get an invitation to some sort of dinner engagement. And he's trying to figure out how to really put on the dog, but he's struggling a little bit.
Bless his heart. It's
So-
amazing.
Come on and eat.
Make sure if he sends you something, you reply back. And if anybody's bringing a spouse, that's perfectly okay. We're happy to have you in East Tennessee. So we'll start at 8:30 on a Thursday morning in the Farragut Town Hall. Your hotel is about
Same as
two and
last time?
a half miles away. I have no idea where we're going to eat at this point. It's not up to me.
Be
But
2.5 hours away.
Miles.
Oh, I think, wait a minute.
it's about 2.5 hours away from Diane's
We're really
house.
eating in Nashville, but just calling it there.
So with that said, thanks everybody for your help today. Thanks, Aaron. Aaron's coming to Farragut, right?
Okay.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that as
Aaron
well.
will be there.
You all travel safe. Have a great
Thank
week.
you.
We go out and warm up now.
I could take off my raincoat.
On the back,
Maybe.
instead of asking what time it is.